And I still made it. I had to support. I'm good. I had to be here to support. I'm excited. Hands out your pockets. Hands down right now. Say cheese. Hands down, man. Say cheese. It's too far.
I'm so tired.
You want to take your time? Everybody is here. Okay, you guys are welcome to get started as soon as you're ready.
All right. All right.
CJ, Gabby, Amar, Shadi, together. Yep. Do that look. Put your arms. Put your arms around. Get ready to start, y'all.
Okay. Good morning. It's so good to see you here bright and early. Thank you for being here. Yes. And welcome to Growing a New Garden, Furious Flowering in Classrooms. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a really brief introduction of the project, and then I will hand it over to our panel. All right. So this syllabus project is it's the Furious Flower Syllabus Project titled Opening the World of Black Poetry, and it's a first of its kind resource to support educators in tapping into the transformative power and potential of poetry in the classrooms. The aim of the project was basically to provide educators with critical tools for teaching poetry, a medium that students often find intimidating and inaccessible. Secondly, in keeping with the mission of the Furious Flower Poetry Center and drawing from the extensive archival materials used to curate this project, we pulled on those materials from the past 30 years. And we sought to equip educators to navigate hurdles, exploring the contours and context of Black lives through an informed consideration of Black poetry as a unique form of cultural expression. So what emerged from this, when all of these lovely scholars got together last summer to work on it, was it just exceeds what we had in mind. So this open access syllabus includes unit plans, lesson plans, classroom exercises, assignments, organized lectures, culminating in more than 125-page interactive document that features 150 acclaimed poets. And we developed these materials with a range of educational contexts in mind, from middle school to graduate school. It's for a wide range of people. So I'm going to stop there because I could go on and on about it. And what I'm going to do at this point is to invite my fellow panelist, Anastasia, to ground us a little bit before we get into this conversation. All right. Thank you.
Good morning, y'all. I just want to invite you to take a minute, if you don't mind, breathing with me. Take some deep breaths in and out, no count. I feel so stressed when someone tells me 3 or 2 or 1, so whatever feels good to you. next, I want to invite our ancestors in, and just a reminder, right? Everybody has ancestors. Those are people who are not in this realm, who have passed, that you love or care for or think of greatly by mission, vision, or blood, right? So any past relatives or writing ancestors, to just invite them into the room today, past educators, and you can just close your eyes or just be thinking to invite them into this space with us today. All right, let's get it.
Wonderful. And now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite our panelists to introduce themselves and to share what track of the syllabus they worked on, and also share the title and author of your favorite poem. I'm sure you have many, but we're just going to try to shout out some poems in this syllabus project. So let us begin. I don't know if we're sitting in order. Hold on, I want to get to everyone's bios, so. Aaliyah. Are you, oh, no, there she is.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
So my name is Aaliyah Abdelamata.
Oh, we can't hear you, so grab a mic.
It's on. Oh. Is that too loud?
No, you're good.
Okay. I'm like, it's here. Okay. So I'm Aaliyah Abdelamata, and as you can see, I teach and write. I was on the undergraduate track, and my favorite poem is I Wish You Black Suns. And if you were here yesterday and heard her do it,
Yes, okay. Next up, Anastasia.
I am Anastasia Renee, and I was on the advanced undergrad track. And honestly, I didn't want to pick a poem because there's so many good poems in the anthology, but one that I really like for its form and content is Douglas Brown's Portrait of an Icon.
All right. Now, my screen is gone. Can we get back the slideshow, please? How do we do that?
There you go.
Thank you, and I just want to call attention to the QR codes, if you'd like to scan them, that lead to each person's website. So, yeah, take your time and do that. Technology. All right, are we good? We good? I can move on? All right. All right. Brian.
My name is Brian Hannon. I'm an English teacher at Hayfield Secondary School in Alexandria, Virginia, and I worked on the middle school and high school track. And my favorite poem, one of my favorite poems would be a love poem for Gabby Douglas by Yali Kamara.
Okay. Good. Carmen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carmen Wong. I'm a poet, I'm a playwright. I'm currently a PhD student at Pennsylvania State University studying English and Black Studies. I worked on the community track, and so that was a way for us to think about how we can also bring Black poetry and the Furious Flowers syllabus to classrooms outside of schools. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that as we continue this discussion. But one of my favorite favorite poems. And again, there are a myriad of favorite poems listed in this anthology, but I absolutely was drawn to Safia El-Hillo's Self-Portrait with No Flag, which talks about nationhood, national identity, and belonging, themes that arise in my own work as well.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. And me, okay. I'm Keisha Gay Anderson, and my role on the syllabus project as a member of the Furious Flower Advisory Board was more about marketing and promotion. So I was looking at it just holistically. I mean, there's so much rich content, I can't even remember. But since I saw Ramika yesterday and you've all heard her read, she has a poem called Fish Fry in there that I really like a lot. So, and it was an honor to work on this. It really is a useful resource. All right. Yeah, clap. Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to Brian now to walk us through the next portion.
So, like I said, I worked on the middle school and high school track, and kind of our intent with this was to have ready-made materials to be able to go out to middle school and high school teachers immediately, so they can implement them. So we're gonna read a poem. This is actually the one that Carmen brought up. It's called Self-Portrait with No Flag. But as I'm reading the poem, I want you to be thinking about it from a teacher's perspective or a student perspective and why this might work in a high school or middle school classroom. So it's called Self-Portrait with No Flag. And I'll go ahead and read it to y'all. All right, Self-Portrait with No Flag. I pledge allegiance to my homies, to my mother's small and cool palms, to the gap between my brother's two front teeth, and to my grandmother's good brown hands, good strong brown hands gathering my bare feet in her lap. I pledge allegiance to the group text. I pledge allegiance to laughter and to all the boys I have a crush on. I pledge allegiance to my spearmint plant, to my split ends, to my grandfather's brain and gray left eye. I come from two failed countries and I give them back. I pledge allegiance to no land, no border cut by force to draw blood. I pledge allegiance to no government, no collection of white men carving up the map with their pens. I choose the table at the Waffle House with all my loved ones crowded into the booth. I choose the shining dark of our faces through a thin sheet of smoke, glowing dark of our faces slick under layers of sweat. I choose the world we make with our living, refusing to be unmade by what surrounds us. I choose us gathered at the lakeside, the light glinting off the water in our laughing teeth, and along the living dark of our hair, and this is my only country. So we were, very intentional about choosing the poems to implement in this syllabus because we wanted it to speak directly to high school students. So I'll just throw a question out to you guys. Like, from a teacher's perspective, or even a student perspective, like, why do you think this poem might be a good entry point to a further discussion of poetry in general? Yes. You can come up to them. I think it's on, but you can just shout out if it's not.
It's not on.
Hold on.
There we go. Yeah.
Y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I find it a good perspective because most teachers and students are finding like new things to travel and find their ways. And right now they are not an understanding of what their culture is or their past. So they're taking their time to find what they really want to be and who they are as themselves. And it's just a struggle as they're living in America. So it just shows who is around you, what's around you, and what can be towards you to help you find who you are deep down.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So like he was saying, it's a good entry point for students because, again, in middle and high school, so many people are trying to find out themselves and like their own cultural roots. So it's kind of it's unique in that sense because it speaks directly to them. So in terms of what we do with this specific poem, we actually use this as a writing workshop where they pledge allegiance to something. And then in the lessons that follow it, okay, they all kind of touch on the same idea or concept or theme. But we can move more into like a more literary analysis of the pieces afterwards. So we want to make sure that we were doing more than just like, here, analyze this poem and leave it at that. We wanted to make sure that there was some kind of connection between what was being said and then the person who's actually reading the poem. So this was the first one. I'm not going to go through the second one, but that one was a love poem for Gabby Douglas. But in terms of like what we did with that is we wanted to make sure that there was a thematic connection between the two so they can draw their own connections. But this one, even though the content is like very different, it still kind of touches on the same ideas and concepts about identity and belonging. So that's kind of where we were going with the high school syllabus and the middle school syllabus as well. So everything in the syllabus is already ready-made for teachers to go. So yeah. And like our rationale for Gabby Douglas, again, all the poems we chose are obviously rich and ripe for deeper exploration, but again, more importantly, they're relevant to the students' lives as well.
Thank you. Okay. So now we are going to just have a conversation about this work. We're going to just start off by talking, and we'll take some questions from you also. But we just want to talk about why this project was important, and I'd like each of you to share your thoughts on that.
Well, mine is a little long, and I'll condense.
We have time. We have time. We're good.
I used to teach at a middle school, Seattle Girls School, and I taught all the grades, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade for 13 years. But for most of the time, I taught the bookends, which would be 5th grade and 8th grade. And even in the private school I was teaching, I felt like I was spending so much time bringing in outside material to talk to the young people. You know, this is a poet. I know you've never heard of this poet, and really struggling to find the resources to be able to teach the poems that I wanted to teach. They were not at our library, and then as a teacher, you know, you have a budget, and I'd be like, I need 22 Audre Lorde books. And I'm like, what? It starts to add up, and I just remember being in a space where I really wanted my students to leave my classroom with something that they felt connected to, not something that is just a part of a canon that I'm like, oh yeah, Shakespeare, oh yeah, Emily Dickinson, whatever, yada yada. I wanted them to read a poem and say, wow, I see myself in the piece. So there's that. And after teaching at the girls' school, I went on to teach adults, young adults, college, and then all age adults, poetry and writing. Still, years later, frustrated with not being able to find the materials that I wanted to teach. And so for me, being a part of a group of people who also felt the same frustration and who are thinking and striving and wanting to get the materials out, having something ready-made as a teacher is priceless. You barely get time to plan. You barely get time to think, sleep, dream. So having an open resource where you don't have to pay for it with ready-made syllabi and all poets and writers and even an archive of footage is like a secret, but not, you know? And so my experience for working on this project was sort of righting the wrongs that I experienced in the past. I'm like, no more teachers are gonna struggle and wonder, how do I find footage of Nikki Giovanni in 1998 or something? Like, we have it, it's here now for our educators and for our students.
So I'll answer that by first asking, and this is a question namely for the young folks that I see in the audience, not to say that all of you guys aren't young in spirit now, but for the group of students that I do see, I am curious to know, by show of hands, how many of you write poetry?
I can't see.
Okay, how many of you listen to poetry? Okay, cool. More hands went up for those who are unable to see. And the reason I ask that is because I was a young writer. And for me, my introduction to poetry didn't necessarily happen in the formal classrooms. I was a young writer who was very engaged on the literary scene in the community. And I grew up in New York City, and I was fortunate to have that. And so for me, I saw this as a way to be able to engage with young people, people outside of formal classrooms who are interested in writing and perhaps don't have the resources or the ability to know what to do with their writing or where to take it. And so even though I am a graduate student and I did all this formal training, when I was invited back to this project, I was very happy to know that I can work on the community track. And really quickly, I do want to call to attention the other folks who worked on this community track with me, which include Shamika Cunningham, Adrienne Oliver, and Furious Flowers' very own McKinley Milton, who just walked in this building, okay? I would be remiss not to mention their names because each of us came to it very differently, I think with our own passions and understandings about what all this project could do. And so I saw this as a service to all of the folks that I grew up with, spitting poetry with, those who found themselves, much like myself, in traditional classroom spaces, and those who continue to advocate for voices and experiences that do not always have the ability and the privilege to be able to pursue a formal educational training in the ways that I have. And the other thing I will say is I've been thinking very seriously in my own scholarship and my own writing about the ways in which Black literature and Black poetry, of course, but Black literature is always in conversation, and therefore Black authors, Black writers are always in conversation. And so this, for me, was a practice in which we could bring all these names and all of these writings, these histories together, and to say, well, what are the multiple conversations that are being had? And how do we continue to make sure that we're emphasizing our histories? We're continuing to center ourselves and center the names and the poetry and the writing of our people. And so for me, this is also a citational practice in that way, and I'm very grateful to be a part of something like this.
Oh, forgot I have a mic. So for me, there are a couple of things that really stand out. So I'm trained in Africana studies, well, Afro-American studies and Indian studies. And I think that, as you know, Anastasia said, there's still this way in which, while we're in the 21st century, it's very difficult to just get our hands on these materials. And I teach at a community college, and then I also teach at under the City University at the graduate program. And it still is really shocking how many of the students, if you ask them to name Black poets, they all name the same people, right? They name Maya Angelou, they name, they may name Nikki Giovanni, they always name Langston Hughes, and Maya Angelou and Langston Hughes are really the top two, right? And so it perplexes me that we have so many Black poets writing. With YouTube and media, we have so much more access to them, as opposed to, you know, when I was going to college, if they didn't come to the campus, you didn't get to see them. So I felt that doing the syllabus project was a contribution to make sure that students had access to these people, that knew these people exist, know how these people's work connects to their lives. Many of my students are brown students, right? And so, but they're international. So there's a real way that they don't understand the function of Black history and culture in the US. And I'm in New York, so it's also really shocking. So I think working on the syllabus project allowed me to participate in that spreading of this Black poetry and the significance of it. Also, to share it with colleagues in a way that, because sometimes faculty and teachers are so overwhelmed, they don't want to do something new. So the fact that it's set up, that was already mentioned, is really important, and that you could go in and click and find assignments, readings, exercises, free writes. I mean, it's really very comprehensive what we all did. And so I thought it was important to be a part of that. And I just want to say that for me in my own teaching, it helped refresh some things. So though I have this study and a lot of experience, it allowed me to also get re-excited and to connect to the things that I always knew were important. And I just want to share one quick story. So I was like 19 years old and Sonia Sanchez came to my PWI, and it changed my life. Like, changed my life. So I'm always shocked when people don't know who she is. And there's so many poets that have come after who are in, her descendants, I would say, in terms of what they do, and many of them are here. So I just think it's important to have it out there, and open access is everything when people don't have resources.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of reiterate what I said earlier. I always felt like there's a dearth of available ready-made resources for high school teachers. In fact, like most of my colleagues and a lot of my friends aren't teaching poetry with the fidelity which I feel like they should be teaching it, because there's so much rich material out there. So in an effort to kind of combat that, I had created a curriculum called LMS Curriculum, and this in part why I was invited here to kind of share a little bit of my expertise. But I just think it's so important for teachers to understand that there's so many resources readily available without them having to search too hard for it. I was asking some of my colleagues, like, can you name one living poet? And most of them, even the English teachers, said no, they could not, which I think is bizarre to me. They're like, Shel Silverstein? I'm like, he's dead, bro. So yeah, I just think it's important that we are able to give people access to this without them having to look too hard, and more importantly, for them being comfortable to implement it in their existing curriculum without having to like try and reinvent the wheel, because we're all kind of very familiar with this form of poetry and like how we can incorporate it in our classrooms.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what everyone has said here. And from my perspective as an administrator for many years and also a professor, I wanted to contribute my skills as a marketer to help consolidate this information and make it available. I think that's what, a lot of stuff is disparate. People, I like the idea of putting it all together and equipping educators with something that's easy to use, it's interactive, it's open source, and people are really grateful for the resource. And I feel, educators do so much great work and people don't know about it, and I think that's what drew me into my other role in the communications field. It's like people need to know what you're doing, and people need to have this in a format that's easy to use. So I was very excited about helping to spread the word about this project. So yes, absolutely. Okay, so I would like you all to talk a little bit about how the theme of this conference is the worlds of Black poetry, and so I want to talk a little bit about how did this project reveal the worlds of Black poetry, from classrooms to community. How do you see it doing that? And you touched a little bit on it. If you want to talk more about that, yeah, let's just have a conversation about that.
I can start. So I think two things. One, relevancy. I think that it points to the relevancy of Black poetry and how Black poetry is a global experience, how while we may be African American talking about what happened to us in the South, that can translate across global spaces. And so I think that the relevancy is significant. I think that it is historical documentation, right? Though not framed as historical documentation. Because I think poets, we know poets do research. Poets go into archives. Poets pull in the truth in so many ways. And so I think that it is it's a vat of truth. Or I should say truths, right, on so many levels. And I think that, unfortunately, because of the climate, around, bodies in this country, Black bodies in particular, but bodies of color, we still need to have our stories centered in a particular way, and it needs to spread out, right? And we're not a monolith, right? So I think that when you think about the complexities of what all of our poets are doing and saying, it's really important to, to spread, but also the connection of, of other people's, right? Because there is this conversation happening from Black poetry out into other groups as well, and they're in conversation as well. I think about all the movements creative movements and artistic movements, political movements that are interconnected with Black movement, Black social movements. So I think that this archive is a clear example of that. When you can click and see someone like Amiri Baraka just going there all around, and he always, talked about the global experiences of people who are oppressed, right? So I think that it's, in terms of the worlds of Black poetry, I see it as that, as a larger global history, creative history, and really just an important space of telling the truth.
I want to echo everything that you said. I think when I think about worlds, sometimes it feels like poetry is in a little silo. It's like its own, it's in a side, If I think of a meal, poetry has often been referenced as the dessert or the salad, It's like, oh, that's cute. And it's cute, but it's so much more. And I feel like having this open resource is the meat and potatoes or the broccoli dish. It is everything. It elevates poetry in a way that I haven't seen it be elevated in a long time. And it's relevant, and it's archives, right? I'm an archive buff. I want to take pictures for my friends, for my family, so I can freeze time so that you can see what's going on, so that you can remember it. And I feel like this open source does that. You can go back in time and see folks with the, think about what was going on during the time of the poem, what was happening. You can see people in the audience. I'm talking about the visual aspects of the archive. And then you can say, oh, okay, so this poem was written in, 1998. What was going on during that time? Well, let me go to the archive and look at the footage from 1998, from the poetry reading that is happening. Oh, I see this poet. Oh yeah, let me now go see the poem. Let me look at the text of the poem. Okay, so now we can analyze it. It's doing so many things at once. And so I just hold it in high regard as a useful tool for archiving. Someone's talking about, how do I archive? What do I do? This is a great example of that. This is how to archive. And because it had so many participants and contributors, the feeling of archiving together with other educators, that is something that I hold valuable too. And if you are an archive buff and you want to go down a rabbit hole, I feel like you can do that. This is a source that is easy and allows you to be able to do that and connect. Sorry, I'm so passionate about the project.
Don't apologize.
No, yeah.
You're supposed to be.
So I'll add to this conversation by talking about my own experience teaching poetry. And I often teach poetry as a rehabilitative tool, as a rehabilitative practice. And what I mean by that is I currently teach in the correctional facilities in Pennsylvania. I teach in the local jails as well as in the prisons there. And for me, and really quickly, I'll say that my entry actually into doing that work, it first started with working with young girls who were in juvenile facilities, and then eventually, when I got to my graduate program in New Orleans, I was brought on to teach GED high set classes. And what piqued my interest about that was I realized that many system impacted people who were not doing well on these standardized tests were not doing well, not because they weren't brilliant by their own right, but because they really struggled with poetry, with reading and understanding poetry. And so that's how I was brought on as a student of poetry, as a writer of poetry. I was like, well, this sounds like, work that I should be involved in. And so immediately I took to that. And the first question I asked myself is, well, who else is teaching poetry and how are they teaching it? And so when I continued to do that work as I transitioned to Pennsylvania to get my PhD, I wanted to think about different ways that we can introduce folks who might not have access to technologies in the ways that we do, to still be able to read and write and therefore create and think very clearly and of themselves, right? To have a sort of social apparatus in which they better understand themselves and the world around them. And so for me, this idea of better understanding the different worlds we come from, right, is something that poetry innately does. And I see it reflected in the writing and in the performances of Black poets. And I see this resource as a concise way to draw our attention to promoting that practice of being able to expose different worlds to the myriad of histories that are often left out of these conversations, and the type of students that we often do not qualify as deserving of learning this stuff. And so for me, when I think about the different ways we can open up worlds, right, I'm thinking about the ways that we enter classrooms, I'm thinking about the ways that we can share the syllabus, but I'm also thinking about the ways in which we better understand the multiple practices of poetry as well, right? And so, as I mentioned, thinking about it as a rehabilitative source, but also thinking about it as an affirmation, right? What calls us to this writing? How do we use language to be able to transcend ourselves, our circumstances? How do we think about being in conversation with other writers and scholars and peoples and homies next to us as well? And what do we do with that? How do we find language to be able to assert ourselves in the conversation? And so in coming to this project and again working on the community track, that also meant being in conversations with other folks who understood community to mean so many different things. Again, my background currently is in teaching in the correctional facility, and I was able to work with other poets and other poet scholars who are working at other universities, who are teaching independently, who are teaching artists. And so for them, you know, that means also thinking about how we can bring poetry to different places. And so one of the things you'll notice in reading the Furious Flowers syllabus is that the community track, we worked a lot on, we have a workshop, a lesson plan designed for teaching formerly incarcerated students. We have a lesson plan that is designed for those who want to bring poetry into elderly homes, elderly shelters, those who want to take poetry into rec centers, community spaces, libraries. So we were thinking very broadly about how we can make this available, and also how we can create material that is generative and adaptable to the different spaces. So please feel free to check this out. The last thing I'll say, because I know I gotta hand the mic over, is for those of you who may have walked in late or are thinking about how you can access this syllabus project, one, you could just Google search the Furious Flower syllabus and it'll pop right up. But two, I do believe in the Furious Flower bag that you got, there should be a poster or a little flyer there. If someone has it, if you could just hand it up. And you could just scan it. There's a QR code. So this is available to you. If you're curious, you don't even have to say, I want to teach this right now. But if you're curious and seeing what exactly we're talking about, feel free to check that out online or stop us afterwards, and we'll be happy to share that.
Do you want to answer the question as well about, you know, how does this project make you think about the worlds of Black poetry?
I went first.
Yeah, sorry. No, I mean,
I could say more, but
no, it's okay. Yeah. Well, they've all kind of been talking about like opening the worlds of poetry in terms of like exposing people to other forms of the art and like in different spaces. I always kind of thought of it in that sense, but also in the sense that like opening up the worlds within too. So going over a poem, again, it speaks differently to different people. But in the high school classroom where people are kind of like eager to kind of find themselves, poetry can speak directly to them in the sense that like, hey, this might be an avenue that I can pursue, or like, hey, this poem speaks directly to me because of my gender, or my sexuality, or my race. So I think it's important in that sense of like, having these poems readily available to anybody who might be kind of searching for that answer. So, I mean, that's what the worlds mean to me.
Great, okay. Are there any, I'm interested to know, what are some of the surprising experiences, like when you've implemented and you actually like worked with it, like can you share some anecdotes about how people receive, are receiving this, and what's some of the feedback you've gotten?
So I am very connected to our campus writing center. And so usually once a year they ask me, can you come in? They always ask me, can you do your lesson on on working with students around understanding poetry? Because students come in, they have to write a paper. Many students are very uncomfortable with unpacking poetry and really having a sense of how to do more than just try to summarize the poem, which never works. And so I did a session at the Writing Center, and I used the syllabus as the basis, and I pulled it up, and and it was all tutors. And so we kind of walked through it, looked at the things that were there, and they were flawed. First of all, they could not believe how beautiful the website was. They could not believe everything that was there. It was so accessible. And so I just got really positive feedback in that session. And also I sent it around to our faculty, and you know how people don't always answer emails? Well, I got a bunch of emails saying, oh my God, you worked on this, it's amazing, it's beautiful, thank you. So it's really having an impact on my campus, and then among my other friends, even who are not teaching in English or Africana Studies, are interested in looking at the syllabus. One of my friends who's a historian, does Black history, is like, I'm gonna pull some things from the syllabus as well. So there's an amazingly positive connection to the work. And it really felt good because doing the work, I mean, it was intense, y'all. Like, it was a week of, like, we started at, like, I don't know, 8:30 or something, and we went to like 5 or 6, and we had lunch, we had breaks, but it was intense. And if you look at the website, there's a video, and it really shows us engaging in these amazing conversations, people from all different, disciplines in terms of, where they're teaching and the type of poetry they're writing, multi-genre perspectives, scholars. I mean, it was just amazing, and it was such a lasting thing. That was a year ago, and I still, when I think about it, when I came back to the campus, I was like, oh, we had lunch up there, we worked there. It was really, it just felt really important. And then as people respond to it, it continues to feel very important.
When we left, I think 3 or 4 months later, I pitched a proposal to Hugo House, where I teach adult writers, and the class it started out as like, here, teaching about Furious Flower in general, like what is Furious Flower and who are the poets, and then I tweaked it. I was like, half of the writers that attend Hugo House are also teachers. So then I changed the proposal to more like, if you are a writer who is also a teacher, come take this class. We'll do some writing prompts. We will go through the syllabus and write. And as you are writing, you can pull from the syllabus and decide what you might want to teach. Wow. I had so many people sign up. They had to close registration. Teachers were writing, and then they were like, I am ashamed to let you know, I don't even know who half these writers or who half the poets are on our syllabus that we're gonna do. And I'm like, there's no shame in that. You will when you leave, though, right? And so it just, I was surprised at how excited the adults were to teach the material, but also to learn. Because a lot of the teachers who are also writers were saying to me, it's easy for me to teach things that I know because I feel secure in that. There's no teacher wants a student saying, excuse me, that's the wrong thing. I found out it really is like this, right? And so half the reason why the teachers in my class were not teaching this work is because they were unsure. They didn't want to look foolish. They were like, I don't know if I'm reading the poem right. So how can I teach my students to annotate? Because I don't even know where the line break was, right? And so I think that was a learning moment for me because I was thinking like, oh, you know, teachers are just not teaching. They don't want to. They don't want to do something new. You know, they only want to teach these certain kind of writers. But it was half the people were just like, I don't know. I don't want to do it wrong is what I'm trying to say. And so having this open access helps teachers not feel like they're doing something wrong. They're not perfect at it, but this helps them feel more secure. And if they feel more secure, then they can teach it.
So keeping in mind that this syllabus project is one of a kind, it's first of its kind, right? And because it is first of its kind, it also means that a lot of folks don't know what to do with it, right? It means that for many of us who were part of this project, who had spent so much time actually digging through the sources, digging through the anthologies before, all three of them, in order to figure out how we wanted to engage with and situate a number of Black poets who have been in conversation for decades. We also had to be very mindful in wanting to not overwhelm people with the amount of work that we put into this. And so I remember shortly after the syllabus was published, I went ahead and I sent out over 60 plus individual emails that linked to this project, that had the PDF of the syllabus and that explained what exactly we were doing to my network of folks. Because I really wanted people to understand this and maybe not even understand, and maybe not even get a sense of the depth and the diligence that went into this kind of labor, but to understand it as a source material that is here for them and that can set a precedent for the ways in which we share resources and the ways that we design resources that are meant to be of service to other learners, right? Regardless of what the classroom space looks like. And so that's the first thing. The second thing too is also understanding that this syllabus is a resource that can be built upon, right? That it's not stagnant, that we should continue, and we should actually have like some kind of anniversary of this project, but that we should continue to think about and reflect on different ways that we are engaging with Black poets who are not mentioned, right? That we can think about how we can create our own resources that draws from this very influence that we have, because now it exists. It being the first of its kind, it only leaves room for us to create and create offsprings, if you will, right? And for us to be creative about our approaches and teaching and sharing our pedagogical approaches. So that's the first thing. Out of the myriad of emails that I sent, many people responded very excitedly. And so that made me so grateful and just warmed my spirit. And one of the emails that I received that really touched me is, I mentioned earlier that I was a young writer, I was a teen writer, and I was able to do so working with local literary organizations in New York. And the same folks who are at one point mentoring me had reached out to me about hiring me as a teaching artist to be able to bring this into their space, their educational space, so that other teen writers could have this available to them. The poetry that they can create from reading other Black poets, right? And it's not just poetry, right? You can read poetry and be influenced to write a different world of Black literature, as you see fit, a hybrid form to create new things. And that possibility, to me, is why this is so important.
Yeah, and just in terms of the classroom, like I just find like these poems work better for my students. And even with teachers, yeah, I mean, there's so many teachers who are kind of stuck in the rut of teaching, Robert Frost, or even something more contemporary like Billy Collins. But at the same time, like there's so much out there. And then now that we're making it readily available, it's just so much easier for teachers to implement in their classrooms. So I think that it's really important for teachers and students to be reading this material and seeing how it speaks to them directly.
Great. Okay, I think we're good on time, but so I want to ask the panel, are there any other things you'd like to share that I did not ask you before I turn it over for questions? Any final observations or thoughts about this project, its value, its applications, how it can grow, over time?
It's not really a question, but because we are just here representing the different tracks, I do want to ask anyone involved in the Furious Flower Syllabus project in this room to stand up and just show attention to yourself, because we would not be able to have this without all of you.
It was on my track. I would just say for everyone, bookmark it on your computer. Download it and bookmark it. And you know it's out there, you go back and just take your time with the sections of it. And one thing, I'm not sure if we fully said it, but all of the assignments, even though they're in a particular track, you could adapt them to another track. So you could take the undergrad and, or you could take the middle school. Because actually it's interesting, the middle and high school, I feel like folks who educate those levels, they have a lot of tricks, right? And so some of the suggestions and assignments that they have in that section, I look at those and adapt them to my undergrad. So you can move between the tracks and pull the pieces that you can adapt for your own classrooms.
Awesome. All right. I think we can have questions from the audience. Yes, and I think is there a microphone over there? I can't see. Yeah. Okay, let's probably go to the mic. Yeah.
For the recording's sake, I'll come to the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for this. The work is so important. Thank you for being my co-conspirators in it. I'm just proud to have played a small role in this, and I'm so amazed by how this project continues to reach people. I have a twofold question. The first one is self-serving. I wondered if we could see the Gabby Douglas poem, if that's possible. And this question is really for Keisha and maybe for McKinley as well. I wondered how you all have been marketing the syllabus, what your strategy has been for sending it out to schools, to educators, to community centers. What has that looked like in the last several months since the project was published? Email blasts, sending out pamphlets. I know we were given a stack of the pamphlets to share, and I've been doing that. So I just wondered if you could talk more about how you've been able to, put this project out into the world.
Okay, thank you for your question. So you've named some of the ways. I mean, there are just multiple channels, multiple audiences. There were emails, there was a press release. We did a lot of different kinds of communications tailored to different audiences to make sure they got it. It was really important to me to use my training as a reporter and just to consolidate and deliver the most important points about this to grab people's attention. And I think in all of our communications, we did that. We were concise, the links worked, that's important. But yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes we work so hard on things, and then I know in academia, where I've worked for many, many, many years, then nobody knows about it. So I really wanted to make sure that we shared it far and wide. McKinley, if you'd like to say something, yeah, just grab the mic.
Oh, you can use mine.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just add to that, that first of all, Keisha Gay is amazing at what she does. And we greatly appreciate it. And I will add that it is ongoing, right? So that there was this kind of, as Keisha Gay kept reminding us, that this is not just like a one-time announcement, it's a drumbeat, right? That it's about continuing to get the word out. The fact that this panel is happening right now is a part of that process, right? That, you know, we recognize that this was an 8:15 a.m. panel. And so we are so thrilled for the audience that we do have here. But we also recognize that it's being recorded as a part of that very same process, getting the word out, visiting different conferences. You know, we've been at CLA, we've been at MLA, right? I mean, you know, we've been at, I want to say the Virginia Teachers Association. So it's just a number of different gatherings. Anytime we can get in front of an audience to get this out, and then also asking for word of mouth, right? We'll send it to you, send it to your colleagues who work down the hall, right? Send it to the other folks in your department. Send it to people that you know from your various networks. And so we'll ask that of folks who are in the room, but also folks who are watching this on YouTube. You see this, like, don't keep the resource to yourself, right? It is openly available and open access for a reason. We want it shared, you know, widely and shared freely. With that, what I will say is I do want to just highlight on that list of documents, toward the tail end, right before you get to bios, you will see that there is also a link to a feedback form. And it is a basic Google form. But what we would really love is for folks who engage with the material, all we ask is that you share it and that you let us know you're using it, right? Give us a quick little moment to say, hey, I used it in this kind of a class and this is how it was useful. I used it for these students. You know, it's not a detailed thing. We have built-in metrics who people who are good at data and internet things are better at telling you how all that works. So we know how many times it's being viewed. We know how many times it's being downloaded. We know how many individual hits the site is getting. But we really want to hear from folks who are using it. You know, who are you using it with? What are you using it for? And so if you can use it, share it, and give us just a brief moment, it's a 2-minute Google form, to just let us know, then that'll give us more than just numbers around how much it's being engaged with, but it can give us some, you know, we love words and we love narrative. So if you can tell us something, I just wanted to put a plug in for that feedback form as well.
Oh, wait.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Niyi Oshundare is my name. Long-time teacher. I began from high school in Nigeria many years ago, then 40 years teaching at the university on both sides of the Atlantic. This is a very useful panel. Extremely so, because what I see here is a constant battle against ignorance. We are looking at the classroom. For me, that is the most sacred space in the world. All of us have passed through it, but we also know that there are forces beyond the classroom that influence what we can teach, what we are able to teach, what we are not supposed to teach, how it's supposed to be done, and black literature is very much in. Yes. I thought that boogeyman or boogie woman called critical race theory was gone. We debated it in the 1980s, and I think by the early 1990s, we thought we had killed and buried it. Now it's out everywhere. when we ask these students to write poems we can discuss in the classroom, we also have to have at the back of our mind what was being said at the dinner table the previous evening. What do they see in the newspapers or on internet? What is the governor of the state saying? What about the president of the country too? So it is a delicate matter we have in our hands, but it is extremely useful. I just want us to be aware of that. That our hands are not as free as we think they are.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you want me to play the Gabby Douglas, or do you want to?
No, you can go ahead. Okay.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Two of my babies got questions. Two of my kids.
Oh.
Go ahead. She wrote it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a student interested in poetry, can you speak to the track on working with the elderly, like can kids volunteering use it in nursing homes as well?
Can you just speak up a little bit more so we can hear you?
I didn't get all of it.
Can you speak?
Oh, wow.
Can you speak to the track on working with the elderly, like kids volunteering use it in nursing homes as well?
Well, first, I commend you for coming to the mic. Thank you so much for that question. I'm sure so many of you have similar questions, but might be a little bit intimidated by the mic, and so thank you. I want to reiterate that you can use different lesson plans and activities throughout the syllabus in various spaces, and so there is a particular lesson plan, and I think that's the one you're talking about, and I'll get to it, where we did dedicate it to thinking about how we can take this into nursing homes and elderly homes. But you might also come across different poems in different tracks. For example, those in the high school track or those in the undergraduate track even, that you might say, this is something that I want to employ when I'm around my people, right? So I want to encourage that as well. But specifically, I was actually, as I was refreshing, I was looking at this last night, and one of the things that we were thinking about for this specific track is we wanted to talk about the art of storytelling, and we wanted to think about this this sacred praxis of remembering. And so we actually designed a lesson plan around what do we do with our stories? How can we invoke memory to tell our stories, to share our stories, to pass them on and pass them down? And so if you're interested in thinking about the self, if you're interested in thinking about histories, that might be something that you will be able to share. And so we have guided prompts that allow you to turn inwardly, right? And so there is a bit of self-reflection, but it also allows you to do group activities. It allows you to think about how to be in connection and collaboration. But again, there are so many different exercises and activities throughout this syllabus that you might find, another track helpful as well, and you might want to employ that in this space. I hope that answers your questions, but if you have anything specific, I'm happy to talk more with you.
Hi. As a student interested in poetry, where do I need to start to gain a better understanding of the world of poetry?
Well, I can say this is a very good start.
Yes.
And then second, just declaring yourself, I'm a poet and I want to study more is an even better start. I just want to say that.
Yeah.
What y'all think? In the book, or you start with the
Page one. Yeah.
Usually I would say, that's just a regular answer, but I think we all really mean it. You can turn to any poem in this book. Starting with the book, if you think, okay, going on site is maybe too intimidating first, maybe start with a few poems that you like, and then just going through the site finding poems. But for a beginner, the book, I would definitely say that.
And I think that what's great about all of the anthologies are there's introductions to the sections, and so it really kind of contextualizes how the poems are put together, So that's also a way to think about theme and form. And I also would recommend that if you're seriously, I mean, you may not need to buy it, you probably can find these resources online, but it would be great to have a poetry handbook that covers a lot of different forms. And then you could pick different forms to kind of study, read, so for example, if you think about Shakespeare's sonnet and look at Terence Hayes' sonnets, right? There's a way that you could then learn to that practice of using form. And I want to say that, and not my quote, but Sonia Sanchez used to always say, you have to know form to break form. So it's a good idea to have a solid grounding in form, and then you can go off and do your own thing. And read poetry every day. Subscribe to the, is it a poem a day? Poet.org. And it'll come in your inbox, and you can read a poem every day, and that's how you'll meet all kinds of poets. Some of these poets around here, a lot of these poets around here at Furious Flower are on the Poem a Day website, so it's a really good resource, and it's free.
And we mentioned how to use the syllabus to teach other people, but you could actually use the syllabus to self-teach as well. And so one of my favorite parts of the syllabus is literally, even if you didn't get your hands on any of the anthology, it is, as we mentioned, an open access free book. You go to your Google search and you type in Furious Flower syllabus, it pops right up, you download it, and as soon as you open it, you'll notice that there are a bunch of different lesson plans, but you could just go to the table of contents. There are hyperlinks. You could click on the hyperlinks and it will take you to the Furious Flower website, and if you ain't never read a poem in your life, you could listen to it, right? There are videos there. And so that is one way that you can engage, right? If you're just thinking of a way to start. What I would say too is, if you come across a poem that you like, write the poet's name down, right? That could be a very easy entry point for you. And as you do that, you can begin your own Google searches, right? You can search in your libraries, you can search on online databases to read their work, to listen to more of their work. And then if you feel comfortable, you can get your hands on, different collections, other writers that they may have collaborated with, edited with. But that to me is a good start, even if you just checked out the hyperlinks that are on the Furious Flower Syllabus project.
Okay, great. I think we have time for one more question.
Once you guys had the general idea of what you wanted to do, how long and how hard was it for you to find the resources and the exact poems that you guys wanted to use?
That's a great question. Oh, them babies over there, them babies, so smart.
I can speak to that. It took a little while. Like for the high school and middle school track, we knew kind of where we were going, and then we just had to find a poem that we thought would be the most accessible to students. So we found that one poem, and then we had to create a lesson with that, and then we wanted to segue into another poem that kind of touches on the same idea. So it took a little bit of digging, but we thought that the poems that we chose and ended up in the syllabus worked well as they kind of naturally segue into one another. But I mean, we had the whole week basically from 8 to 5 every day working on it. Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. One of the things I thought was interesting too, so I worked on the undergraduate track with Angel, and then there were exercises where the facilitators moved us around. So then I worked on something with Terry and Hayes, who would teach K through 12, and just you moved around. And one of the things we did in our track was we picked the poems we liked, and then we kind of went through and decided which ones we would use and how they would, how they would correspond to the activity we were trying to create. But the moving around also allowed you to bring insight back into the group. So, but it was rigorous, beautifully rigorous, I will say. Oh yeah.
I do want to say something.
As we set up the technology so that way you can hear the Gabby Douglas poem, I do also want to give credit where credit is due, because I'm on a panel with phenomenal educators who have been doing this for so many years, and I can tell. I mean that in such an honorable way, because every single time I have sat down with them as a young scholar and said, this is how I want to create a lesson plan around this poem or these themes, I've been able to also learn from them the different ways in which I can do this. And so that has made my process a little bit lighter. It has also taught me as a young educator about the different ways that I can also employ different reading lists and different practices into my own pedagogical strategies. So even being able to learn from each of you, I'm grateful and humbled by that.
That's so sweet. And we're grateful to have you too, girl.
And we'll finish up by showing the Gabby Douglas poem. So I believe the computer should have audio, but let me check. So this is just the video of the poet reading the poem herself.
A haiku love letter for Gabby Douglas. Nappy wins the gold. Medals hang from 4C curls. Your head holds glory. They said, focus on your edges. They must have meant both edges of the vault. The problem is you love yourself whole. This is the most dangerous act. Bend, but do not break. Your backflip, a metaphor for this whole black life. If you'd place your hand on your chest, then we wouldn't have heard your music. Gabby, come knock on our doors. Ask us what we've named our dolls and daughters. While mothers pray for your flight, babies watch your wings caress Jim's skyline. We hold you close, smile when we touch the forests that grow from our own heads.
Thank you all so much for being here. This was fantastic, and we really appreciate you. So,
Thank you.
Can we get a photo of
Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Hello, hello. Good morning. All right. As we are trickling in, I'm going to point out since it's a morning panel, we are going to try to stay on time. So I'm asking our poets to head this way and our audience to get cozy in your seats. And I'm going to take this time to do some announcements. You have gotten emails from me, I'm sure, if you're checking email. What do I need you to do? If you are staying for the concert tonight, please, please, please go let the folks at the concert desk in the registration area know, pick up your ticket. What I don't want for you to do is show up at Forbes and be like, where's my seat at? And we're like, we don't have one. So please, please, please get your tickets if you're planning to do Forbes. Also a note on the shuttle, it will be running today to the hotels that, the usual hotels, Courtyard and Marriott, until 6 o'clock. And then at 6:15, they're going to shift and start going to Forbes, to the Performing Arts Center, where the concert will be held. The concert starts at 6:30, but we all can't get on the bus in the very last minute. 7:30. Yes, that is what I'm saying. 7:30. So we will need folks to move in loops. So all y'all early people who all plan and ready to go can get on that early shuttle so that we can get everybody there in. They want us to start on time. I was like, we'll see what we can do. I know. And then we will have shuttles going back to the hotels after the event. So I think our poets here. They're usually like right in front where I can see them and be reassured, but I'm going to believe
I am so excited to not be hosting this morning's event, but rather putting it in the very capable hands of Furious Flower founder, Executive Director Emerita, my very, very, very good friend, Dr. Joanne Gavin.
This is too much. This is too much. You know what? Yeah, I recall that most people have said they don't see anybody. But I'm going to see people if I can. I want to take a few moments to say some thank yous for all of the roses that I have received at this Furious Flower 4. The worlds of Black poetry are here. I want to say, I'm going to take off these glasses because I'm not seeing anything but glare. I am so full right now. I am so full because I'm looking at the legacy that I helped to build. I am also so full because I'm looking at the future that I know is coming, and that Furious Flower is in such good hands with the leadership of Lauren K. Aline. I want to talk about these flowers just a little bit. When you all thanked me, a flower. When I heard these magnificent readings, a flower. When I saw the Wintergreen women in performance on this very stage, a flower. When I was able to present roses from Lauren's mother to her, a flower. When I heard McKinley Melton give the occasion, a flower. I am excited that I can also share this moment with my family. With my husband, Alexander Gavin, who has a building named after him along with me. I think he's in here. Honey, thank you. He was the chair of the steering committee for all 3 Furious Flower conferences. He was the wind beneath my wings, and I thank him for that. I want to thank my daughter, Jasia Gavin, who was just over there, but she has always been my heart and my gift and my encouragement and my biggest fan. And I want to thank my extended family, my sons who are here with their families. I want to thank Marcus Houston and Bo Houston, who brought their children. I want to thank Judith McCrae, who is the producer of Furious Flower video anthologies. Wave, Judith. I want to thank my other son, Derek Tolles. He has his own fan club, who is the founder and executive director of Inspiring Minds. Look at those babies over there. That is the future. That's what I meant. And I also want to thank all of the staff members, volunteers,
and board members who made this whole conference look seamless. And finally, I want to thank all of you all the wonderful poets who have brought their genius and their love and their joy to this space. Thank you. Those are my roses. You have some amazing bios in this book. I took so much time that I'm not going to read their bios to you, but I want to do something else that's a little different. That's a kind of trademark of mine. And I want to do haiku for each one of our readers this morning. And I want to do these haiku in recognition of Leonard Moore, who's in the audience, who is the haiku king. All right, Leonard, wave, you're out there someplace. And then, so I'm gonna start. And they'll come up in this order. So remember your order. And it's the same order that's in the bulletin. Kai Miller. Jamaican spirits play a wicked double dutch in his August mind. You want to hear them all together one at a time? Okay, come on up, Kai Miller.
Morning, everyone. You know, I think I always win the Weird Deer poem competition. But Roger last night did the kind of preemptive equivalent of hold my purse. I cannot compete with zombie deer in Texas. But this is my deer poem. This is the context. In December 1987, some people, as black people often do or sometimes do, guided by a kind of pretension, some Jamaicans decided for Christmas, we wanted to have a proper Christmas. So they got 6 reindeer imported to the island for this Christmas tree. Dance or prance or whatever. After Christmas, they didn't know what to do with the deer. So they sent them to this farm and, as a petting zoo. Then in September 1988, Hurricane Gilbert struck and the deer ran away. They were released. A recent census, I didn't know they did census for deer. A recent census of deer in the hills of Jamaica estimated that the population of Jamaican reindeer now is somewhere between 6,000 to 8,000 from those 6 deer. Here we run the wild deer. Here we run the wild deer, the Caribbean caribou. Does this surprise you? Deer without snow, not even the possibility of snow. Here, they are like echoes of a long story, the brutal history of this place, which is not to say they are not their own stories, but that they know, as we do, the tightness of ships and how to lose whole continents and how to be wary of white men wielding whips and how to end up here. Sorry, and how to end up here. There is such a thing as the perfect storm. It includes an actual storm, and deer in weak cages, and the nearby bushes. How wonderful to escape into hills that have always been escaped. They are the new maroons. At dawn, they descend on quiet hooves to loot from the estates, but maybe that isn't fair. I shouldn't say estates, but farms. On the 7 o'clock news, a man spreads his arms to show the field of ruined carrots. Have mercy, them nyam ever God almighty thing. And then he faces camera, but is looking somewhere beyond the absent harvest, his mind lighting on memory. But Jesus Christ, he breathes. Them so pretty, his face now a curious thing, as if ashamed or puzzled he should recognize such beauty, the nobility of their being, or accepting too late this may have been their payment, the price of carrots to be seen. It is easier to hear the deer whose sounds are like doors on old hinges at nights. Listen, the landscape is creaking as if these bushes open themselves to drunk men just now stumbling home. Here, where the wild deer roam. Here, where dried branches may not be dried branches, but the majesty of antlers. Here, where white flowers may not be white flowers, but the blossoming of their tails. The strange warning of deer we do not see well, but we sense you are here with us in this strange, strange land. Will you come now to the river? Will you teach us King Alpha's song and how to survive Babylon, how to belong where we do not belong? All right, I'll just read 2 more poems. Say what you will of the royal family, and you should say a lot. I will give them this. They invited me into Buckingham Palace to read a poem at a display that they did. They put out a lot of the empire's gold that they had collected over the years and had this grand exhibition of Buckingham Palace's gold, and they invited a poet to respond to it. And they asked me. So what they get is what they get. The poem also belongs to a longer series, a longer fascination of mine about place names in Jamaica. And it's just thinking that if you're attentive to the names of places, you can uncover all kinds of histories. So I decided to write a poem to just extend that series and write this poem about a place in Jamaica that had a little to do with gold. Place name Oracabessa. Place name Oracabessa. Origins disputed, but most likely leave over from the Spanish Ora Cabeza, golden head, though what gold was here other than light glinting off the bay, other than bananas bursting out from red flowers, though this too is disputed. Not the flowers, but the origin of bananas. They may have come here with Columbus on a ship, which in 1502 slipped into Oracabessa the way grief sometimes slips into a room. In those days, the sailor tried to name the island Santiago, as if not knowing we already had a name whose speakers would soon all die, though this too is disputed, not the deaths, but the completeness of genocide. For consider, if you will, such leave-over words as hurricane, consider barbecue, consider Jamaica, land of wood and water, but not of gold. Could someone please go back in time and tell Columbus, in Taino, there is no word for gold. Christopher Columbus, in Italiano Cristoforo Colombo, in Espanol Cristobal Colón. A teacher once told me Colón is root word for colonist, and though I know that is false etymology, there is some truth to it. Oracabessa, at which place where you might find such tranquil villas as Golden Ridge, Golden Cloud, Golden Eye, longtime home of Ian Fleming, who sat there on cliff's edge, the morning's breakfast brought to him by a woman named Doris, the scent of ackee and crisp fried breadfruit wafting up to his nostrils, while between his teeth he bit a number 2 pencil, all the time looking out to sea as if fishing for a story, maybe a man, an incredible man. Let's call him Bond. James Bond. Who knew 007 wasn't actually Scottish, but a barefoot boy from St. Mary, Jamaica? Like so many others, he too migrated, the brutish winter cooling his complexion down to white. Such stories, Goldfinger, Golden Eye, man with a golden gun. Did you never stop to wonder where all this gold came from? Did you never stop to ask what was found in El Dorado? Well, let me tell you, not a nugget, not an ounce of ore, but such language as could summon wind to capsize Columbus's ships. And if that's not gold, then what is? And I'll end with this poem. It's in 12 parts. It's called Lament for the Death of the Griot. There's an epigraph that comes from the poet Joshua Beckman, who wrote his own poem, a response to Lament for the Death of the Bullfighter. He writes another version of it. And in that poem he writes, which becomes the epigraph for this, at the news of your death, not a good poem was written, not in your country or mine. Lament for the Death of the Griot. 1. At the news of your death, Kingston Harbor threw up all its fish. Piscine geyser rising some 100 feet, 1,000 luminescent tails slapping the air. And how it surprised us, who thought the still black water held only tires and dead bodies, and Miss Silda, half blind, who could only discern the sudden shock of silver, thought she had seen fireworks. All day she greeted strangers with, Happy New Year. 2. And other than the last 3 lines, this is completely true. 2. At the news of your death, an honorable member of the Guyanese House lifted into that stale parliament air 1 jet black 12-inch vibrating dildo. The government had mistakenly purchased it as a vibrating machine that could relieve the worst symptoms of COVID. It is further reported that 6 critically ill patients who now wish to remain anonymous, 4 elderly women and 2 married men, immediately went online, purchased one for themselves, and have since been given a clean bill of health. 3. At the news of your death, the day's catch of crabs climbed out one by one from their boiling pots on Heroes Circle and spat blue saliva on the faces of the vendors who had tried to cook them. The vendors, of course, ran, sturdy black women pounding round the long roundabout or across the quiet graves of prime ministers, signing those men's deaths with their wide footprints. And though that evening they clamored in front of news cameras to tell their side of the story, to give warning of the vengeful crabs, no one really listened and no one really cared. 4. At the news of your death, parsons could only say "rasshole" when they really meant amen, which caused pandemonium across the churches, deacons reaching up to tackle parsons down from their pulpits, mothers slapping fat palms over to children's ears, but it was too late. The little wretches had already heard. Now schools have had to suspend the Lord's Prayer in morning devotion because the children insist on yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever, rasshole. 5. At the news of your death announced on 97.5 FM, a distracted chauffeur took a turn so sharp, the back of his hearse flew open, delivering onto Highway 4B one mahogany coffin and its singular content. And despite the clear thud of wood hitting asphalt, the distracted chauffeur continued on to church. The ensuing argument between chauffeur and mourners was only quelled when the body, having had to walk the balance of road, limped into the churchyard annoyed. And then everyone was too busy fainting to hear the cadaver say, all right, I am here, let's get on with it. 6. At the news of your death, the boy from Barrington Watson's mother and child stood up from his long constipation and declared, I'm tired of this shit. And with that, he exited the canvas. Eyewitness reports have placed him on Duke Street, shoving his chamber pot into open car windows, begging confused drivers for a farthing or a shilling. The National Gallery refuses to comment. 7. At the news of your death, 2 sperm whales washed up on Jewel's beach, and all night they sang to each other the haunting song of their dying and of yours. And all in the complicated harmony of whales, the dark dialect of oceans. The next morning, the stench of their rotting was so thick no one could venture near, and 3 hotels were evacuated. The morning after, the air smelt only of salt and almonds, and all that was found was the grand cathedral of their bones. 8. At the news of your death, every old man in every rum bar across these islands became sober. And no matter how many glasses or bottles they downed after, they could not regain their forgetfulness. At last they marched home, this strange army of slump-backed men walking in disappointingly straight lines back to their wives or to their joblessness or to their own broken faces framed in dim bathroom mirrors, back to all that could no longer be forgotten. 9. At the news of your death, which was a Tuesday, everyone said it felt like Sunday, and then Sunday felt like Friday, and Friday felt like the beginning of the week. People showed up to gym in their church clothes, to fetes in their pajamas, but no one commented, no one said anything at all. This is what grief looks like. 10. At the news of your lynching, which was before your death and which you had dutifully recorded for some 20-odd years, we grew impatient and kissed our teeth. Like men adjusting their paisley ties, we adjusted the nooses round our own necks, giving ourselves just enough breath to say, all right, man, just get on with it. 11. At the news of your death, not a good poem was written, not in your island or on mine. We just sat at our dumb computers, bashing out from our keyboards disjointed and incoherent syllables, not nation language, not dialectics, not sycorax, just signifiers that could no longer signify, and then we printed them, and then we crushed them, and then we tossed them from open windows, shouting to the streets below, it is not enough. 12. Kamau, at the news of your death, all my books flung themselves from their shelves and landed on the floor weeping, even my copy of Omerus. And some books confessed they loved you, and others said they didn't realize how much they loved you, and still others said they had never heard of you, which made the missing in their hearts all the more surprising. And all I could do was sit with them. Sit with the rustling sound of books in morning Kamau. It is 3 years now since you've been gone, and the books have only just begun to climb back up to their shelves. Thank you. Now, Good job. Thank you.
You'll read in the biographies that our poets have won so many prizes. So read about Sherris. But I want to take you back to a moment when I met her for the first time. She won the 2018 Bocas Award for Literature. And she was jubilant. And at a reception that evening, she had on this fabulous polka dot dress. And she proceeded to go to the pool. You remember that? And jump in, fully clothed. And then she looked around and wanted to see how many of us were going to follow her. Shara McCollum. She is a mermaid with bold literary fins, finding new oceans. Welcome.
Apocrypha. Memory. I bruise the way the most secreted, most tender part of a thigh exposed, purples, then blues. No spit-shine shoes, I'm dirt. You can't wash from your feet. Wherever you go, know I'm the wind, accosting the trees, the howling night of your sea. Try to leave me, I'll pin you between a rock and a hard place. We'll hunt you, even as you erase the tracks with the tail ends of your skirt. You think I'm gristle, begging to be chewed? No, my love, I'm bone. Rather the sound bone makes when it snaps. That ditty, lingering in you like ruin. Race. You are the original incognito. Transparent, all things shine through you. She's the whitest black girl you ever saw. Lighter than flesh in the Crayola box. But man, look at that ass. And look at her shake it. We're just words, not sticks or stones flung when dresses were the proof that clung like skin. When lipstick stained brighter than any blood. Girl, who is it now you'd want to see you? And what would that mean? To be seen? Why not make a blessing of what all these years you've thought a curse? You are so everywhere, so nowhere. In plain sight, you walk through walls. I always wanted to be a singer, and also a dancer. But singing was one of my very first loves. My name, Shara, I was really pleased to learn at some point. My parents did not know this. The Hebrew word shira means poetry and song. She could sing the blue out of water. She could sing the meat off a bone. She could sing the fire out of burning. She could sing a body out of home. She could sing the eye out of a hurricane. She could sing the fox right out its hole. She could sing the devil from the details. She could sing the lonely from a soul. She could sing a lesson in a yardstick. She could sing the duppy out of night. She could sing the shoeless out of homesick. She could sing a wrong out of a right. She could sing the prickle from the nettle. She could sing the sorrow out of stone. She could sing the bitter from the tender. She could sing the never out of gone. This poem is for my grandmother, who has been gone for 10 years. It's an elegy I wrote on the anniversary of her death. It is also for all of my ancestors. No ruined stone. When the dead return, they will come to you in dream, and in waking will be the bird knocking against glass, seeking a way in. Will masquerade as the wind, its voice made audible by the tongues of leaves, greedily lapping as the waves' self-made fugue is a turning and returning. The dead will not then, nor ever again, desert you. Their unrest will be the coat cloaking you. The farther you journey from them, the more distance will maw in you, time and place gulching, when the dead return to demand accounting, wanting and wanting and wanting everything you have to give, and nothing will quench or unhunger them, as they take all you make as offering, then tell you to begin again. Okay, I didn't trust myself to speak. It's so nerve-wracking to be up here. But I want to say something before I read this last poem. I want to give thanks first to Joanne, Dr. Joanne Gavin. I did not expect that this morning, but that epitomizes my whole experience here. Thank you for creating this space that is full of surprises, full of generosity and love, and I'm so, so grateful to be part of this gathering. I also want to thank my sister poet, Lauren Allain. Lauren, I don't know where you are. I can't see hardly anybody, but I want to say thank you to you for keeping the torch aflame, for keeping us here going forward, and for everyone who is working with Lauren to make this particular festival possible. Many, many thanks. So I'm going to just read one new poem. I was inspired by listening to so many amazing readings, and I want to be brave and offer something I have never read before out. I realized the grandmother I was speaking of, when she died, I thought I would never hear her voice again. And I was very fortunately wrong. She keeps talking to me. And I realized at some point, long before even when she was still alive, she said, you know, Shara, I never said any of these things you're putting in poems with my name on them. So what I realized is that I had become her, and so she really wasn't fully gone. And I want to offer this for all of us who know that we are not exceptional. We're responsible for the stories, and that's what my grandmother taught me. Mango head. Why you always ask stupid question, eh? The man called Mango head because him head shaped like mango. What do you anyway? You come in with your long face. Go on with your sufferation parade. You know, see? You must either pick up yourself or put down what you can't carry. Gal, it's time. Past time you learn for ban your belly. It's only when you're young you can afford for believe the earth starts spinning when you, missus, did step on it. Cha, things always been hard. My love, if you can't squinch up yourself, at least you can try to hear what I'm telling you. None of we invent the story. Thank you.
We're always so proud of those who receive the Lifetime Achievement Award from Furious Flower. And we want you to be proud of it. So we want all the Lifetime Achievement Award winners to put it on your syllabus and on your resumes and your vitas. You know, list us, because we want to brag about you and you should brag about us. We are so happy to welcome Tim Siebels. Tim Siebels came to this campus and the students couldn't stop talking about his poetry. Tim, here's your haiku. But also, I wanted to mention that you were also the Poet Laureate of Virginia. How about that? Tim Siebels. Honeyed bluesman's voice speaks in comic villanelles to disrupt the noise. How you like that?
Anyway, I was thinking about this a lot. It's so funny that you said blues, man. I was thinking about this a lot. I won't talk much, but Jimi Hendrix was a huge figure in my life. And I think about how isolated that brother was all those years when he was bringing a sound that nobody even understood in the rock world, really, because it was a blues thing. And I mean, it was founded in the blues. He took it to, I think, like a cosmic level, but he was blues built, right? And I think about like how wild some of the things I've heard here are, and how I imagine it would be really cool if he were in the room, I think, you know? I think he would love it. And so there's this one line he speaks. There's that tune, Voodoo Child, and which is where the voodoo comes in the title of my new and selected. And there's this one lyric, and I'll just sing it because I just feel like it. Because I think it says so much about him and also the circumstances of being black in a world, at least in this particular part of the world, in which we are always somewhat on the outside, except among ourselves. He sang, I have a hummingbird that can hum so loud, you'd think you were losing your mind. Anyway, that was that. I mean, I probably wouldn't be here if it weren't for Hendrix in a certain way. I don't know that y'all know what I mean, but it was a certain way that, you know, he empowered you if you felt like you were hearing differently in a world that really didn't care what you were hearing, you know. And I loved that he was who he was. Anyway, this is a poem. I've written a series of poems in which the poem is a character. And this is a poem, it's called Sometimes at the Airport, and it was written originally for the Cave Canem family. You know, that's how I wrote it. But I'm writing it, it's for everybody here, you know, today, because, you know, it's really connected to everybody, whether you've been through CC or not. Sometimes at the airport, the poem wishes a few more black poems were traveling. Not that the poem doesn't feel part of the entire poem family, not that its frequent flyer miles don't add up. It's just that the poem has trouble shedding a certain sense of isolation and worries that its concerns are often pretty narrowly described by others who believe they, quote, know a black poem when they see one, unquote. It's April, and poems all over the nation are a little more glad. The weather balmy with a sort of burly wind that bends the newly green branches. Every leaf a child's hand, waving as if a giant Snoopy were floating by in a parade. Not every black poem is about race, the poem says. I want to talk about everything. Everything from a black perspective, the scholar's grin, a studied sense of diversity and urban pathology pursing their small lips. Beneath this face could be a poem like any poem. The poem insists, trying to be concise and undeterred. But they're too busy counting the months until February, that jazzy and brief memorial to centuries of chronic struggle when they can really listen. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I know probably all of us want to thank Joanne Gabin, and I'm going to do it anyway. She's probably tired of hearing it, but we love you, and we really appreciate that you invented such a possible place, you know. We spend a lot of time imagining places where it feels like home, you know, and this is one of them. This is a poem called Movie. It was already on when you came in. A two-lane road, the car's high beams blaming the dark. In the rearview mirror, the downtown of a city, familiar but not. Because you have found yourself cast in a world without your consent. You think you must be something like other people, like the dude 2 rows back with his face lit by a phone. Or maybe like the star behind the wheel, one eye swollen, the other tight in a squint. You want to know what happened, what's happening, and where the road will go, and when. And soon, she's standing outside a 7-Eleven, filling up her dusty dark blue Mustang. Early sun steams the back window. maybe she drove all night. Her voice, part sorrow, part wind under the overhang. Why didn't I see it before? She asks aloud for everyone, flexing the engine ready to go. This is the story of what happens when what has seemed one way turns out to be another way, like a priest. Even when the day is sprung and you wake up trapped in everything, you want this face on screen, cool, without a flinch. Even the way she steers is a declaration. You want to drive like that. You could drive like that, like somebody in charge, somebody who knows the deal. On the passenger seat, half stashed in her scarf, a .38. Your mind moves to revenge how your circumstances just don't make any sense. You want to know who made it this way, and one chance to make them back down and beg. The reversal, sizzling with drama and music that means you were right all along. That's why you keep watching, like everyone else holding their sodas in the dark. She could be a friend, a nice person who deserves some goddamn justice. You can tell she'd like another life without so many hard decisions adding up to only one. Maybe you are the character other people think you are, even though they can't hear what's playing in your head. After the movie, you walk back into the mall, wondering if you could do what she did. That was pretty good, you mutter, with no one nearby and light all over your face. Thank you. I was lucky enough to go with my beloved lady to the island of Salt Key, part of the Turks and Caicos Islands, and I learned quite a bit there. Some of you probably know this, but that was where the salt companies were for centuries. And I make reference to that. The salt fields, for lack of a better term, or swamps, what we call salinas. I think that's really the only thing you need to know about what's happening here. What was interesting is, of course, is that it's a tiny island. It was like 40-some people living there. And me and my beloved were the only people who didn't live there. So everybody knew you wherever you went, right? So it's just funny. Island of Salt Key, July 2024. There was a brother, an older brother there named Maurice, and he was explaining some of the history to us, and he said the salt companies left in '69, and that's why the population is so small now. Mr. Polly is still here, 92, and thin as a heron's leg. And Miss Nettie baking big breads, bright white hair like moonlight above her brown face. And Willie from Haiti tending his tiny bar. And Eloisa who lights her store with a laugh. Nobody's rich, but no one seems poor. On Salt Key, history walks with a bold nonchalance. The Salinas, muddy from neglect. The 40-some black folks, children of the children of Africans, bought to rake and carry this flavor for the world. Business buildings abandoned now, gaunt, ready for collapse. And white people, mostly gone, but for blue-eyed Beatrix and a British couple. Old Europe, drifting like steam from their tea. But the beaches blaze egret white, and the sea beats a bachata on the rocks, sings, "Sunlight moves in me." There are more donkeys than people, forgotten houses for sale, rough roads, rocks strewn and jotted with scat. the subtle hens clucking in the underbrush, and ants all over, paving thin lanes to their hidden cities. I'm an American, black and full of America, so it's hard to say where I belong. But I would come back to say yes to Saul Key and the chance to forget that. Yes to the wary lizards and the donkeys whose deep, sleepy eyes dream yes to any water and juicy greens to eat. And of course, I'd say yes to the ocean, so many shoals of blue, so many cool flames of impossibly ebullient blue, and the grasses talking to the wind, the bumblebees forever revving their wings, the night rains, the thorny acacias, and always, always a little salt on your skin. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, the airport is so small that when you walk in, they just say, oh, there's the plane that's over there. They don't check your ID, nothing. They just say, oh, you here for the plane? Yeah, there it is. It's tiny, you know? All right. So I'll read, I'll read this poem and I'll close with one of those Villanelle blues villanelles. This is a poem, it's called With No Hat. And it's a poem in which the poem is a character. With no hat, no pants, no shirt, the poem walks the early afternoon. Summer sun spots the odd shape on the road and offers a cloud for shade. The poem is headed downtown with its revelations, its beauty, all the intricate parts, finally open to the general public, who, though they try to deny it, have always wanted to see beneath the vintage clothes. The poem's previous modesty and stealth, its humility and restraint, its patient, soft-spoken invitations have served no one, really. Not even the poem itself, which has always wanted the spotlight. The red carpet, the sequin gown, the top hat, velvet lapels, ruby slippers, all its big front teeth inlaid with gold. The first people the poem passes look away, look again, their hope swelling like a fresh bump on the head. One guy tries 911, but the 9 skips, then shimmies like a new disciple, and the brother's big fro bursts into cotton candy. The poem loves it, loves being out, being seen. The almost cool walk flips to a Denzel stroll. I'm kicking new flavor in your ear, it says unquietly, meeting the eyes of drivers who swerve, so sure they see what must be a mirage. A buck-naked angel, rump-shaken beside the witless sprawl of their lives. Their heads anointed with apocryphal music. The cars refuse the road, their horns reborn, scatting a fanfare of funkadelic clarinets. This is my body, the poem says. Take and eat. I wrote this poem for a brother named Freddie Porter. We grew up in the same neighborhood, and Freddie was the first, probably my first encounter with schizophrenia. And you know, we were just kids. We didn't understand what was happening, but that's where the roots of this poem are. This is called Sometimes Freddie Blues Villanelle. Sometimes Freddie would talk to the trees, and the brothers would just laugh half the time. But a few of them said, have mercy on me. Think about all that good sunlight you see, yet somehow the days peel away like rind. Mostly Freddie just talked to the trees. Branches say something when they shake in the breeze. Believe what you want, but it could be a sign. Maybe they're saying, have mercy on me. Sundays, I sit with a brain full of fleas and listen to people speak for the divine. Wish they would go and just talk to the trees. Hiding a scream is like holding a sneeze. It's all you can do not to lose your damn mind. I see why people say, have mercy on me. I'm starting to list like a ship in rough seas. I guess you just have to laugh half the time and think about Freddie and walk with the trees. I look at my watch, but my watch is a tease. Or maybe it's always 9:15. Them thin little hands have mercy on me. Think about SpongeBob with his home in the sea. Wouldn't you visit if you had the time? Sometimes Freddie would talk to the trees. You can see why I say mercy, mercy on me. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, didn't I tell you about that honey blues voice? Whoa, my goodness, fabulous. Next up, Anastasia Renee. Woo! She's a poet, she's an artist, she's an activist. I don't capture in this haiku all she is, as I have not anyone, but rare, beautiful bird carries art in her clutches to feather her nest. Come on up.
Hey, y'all. Yikes. Thank you, Dr. Gavin and Lauren, for including me into this family. It means a lot to me. And thank you, poets, just for being who you are. It's hard out here. Life is life, and as they say, I appreciate you. Today, I'm used to reading at night. Tonight, I'm gonna read from a novel in progress. I know, right? And then a piece from Side Notes, a piece from here in the middle of nowhere, and then a new-ish piece that I've been reading out loud to sort of work it. I think I got it. The Players, 1. Sunday with the AY or an AE. She, they, carnivore, favorite color is orange, and she's a glamper. This is the kind of place where you can leave your food out overnight and not check the sheets religiously before you slip into them. The kind of place where you know it's just wind or rain or some well-taken care of stray cat at the back of the door. The kind of place where any layer cake of an ego is sweetly flattened by trees and mountains and birds and God giving everything a rainbow. And so, of course, I thought we would make love. We lay on our shea butter backs like mermaids listening to Chuck Mangione's Bella Via. My pinky toe outsizes hers, and so I wrap it around hers as a sign of my strength, but my heart is a bowl of honey queso. Is this what it feels like to be at ease? Is this what they call rest? Are we doing this? Is it like for real, for real? Will we keep doing this? But what if next week I don't want to wrap my pinky toe around hers? But Bella Via is mine and I shared it with Sunday, so it has to mean something. We have to be something. She asked me lazily, almost yawning, how many other women have laid in this same position with me, listening to this same record, feeling this same way? And I say, none. Not even one. And she says she doesn't believe me, and I let the silence of her disbelief crawl all over us, and we scratch bites that don't even exist yet, but swell up red for the rest of the weekend. I think my therapist would call this the textbook version of baggage. She has baggage. I have baggage. I imagine her baggage as a three-piece matching set of hunter green luggage with her full-ass name embroidered on the left in cursive because her mama is a seamstress and famous. And so, of course, her baggage looks so good in a crowd of others. I imagine my baggage as Elmo red and oddly shaped, a two-piece set sticking out from the rest. Some people saying, ooh, la la, look at those bags, gorgeous. And others saying, why would anyone want to have baggage like that? Everybody gets a solo in the choir of grief. Grief as a compost bucket festers for the in-between and the living, the deliberate decay of a thing fermenting, how it can make you crave it like expensive cheese from the neighborhood co-op as a mortuary. If a person is dead, you can place flowers on their headstone, but if a person is alive, you can only picture them as a bouquet. Grief as an accessory, you are wearing grief around your neck, a tiny teacup ascot saucering on your Adam's apple. Sipping here, sipping there, tiny little sips of grief. You are wearing grief like a vintage cardigan, all together and keep it pushing, and no one would ever know. Buttoning here, buttoning there, tiny hanging on by a thread, buttons, missing whole buttons. You are wearing grief in the best shade of lipstick. Put it on slow, matte, a mat of purple bruises, lining here, puckering there, tiny kiss marks. When is there time for the Black woman to fling her frankness? Tiny flinging frankness here, tiny flinging frankness there. Grief as a yo daddy joke. Yo daddy's so dead on your birthday, he calls you from the grave. Grief as a Zoom happy hour conversation. Raise your glasses. Let's toast to getting out of bed today. Hand clap emoji, heart emoji, TikTok, filter, viral, filter, like, off camera cry. Grieving makes you hangry, makes you scarf the skin off your bones, makes you pick hindsight from your wisdom teeth, makes you feel nauseous with all the feelings spiraling down. Grieving makes you want to diet and blame your need for control on your anorexia of your heart's refusal to keep you down. Grieving makes you crave sugar and salt, anything at all to coat the nakedness of your shivering buds, always sprouting to find the familiarity of taste of being sweet again. Put the past under your tongue. When it melts, pretend to swallow it whole. But pause. Think how many rows of cotton were not picked with your own hands. Be grateful for the living. Try not to flinch. Two things about this poem, just note if you can remember Martin Lawrence's Shanae, and you are aware of Medea? Yes, okay. Good. Black Marsha P. Johnson. 1. Black Marsha, I gathered you as a bouquet, center of my table talk, and some of the people there tried to pick you apart, and I know you would say, pay it no mind. Black Marsha, I see your rouge reflecting black at me in the Hudson. I want you to know they are okay. Are the girls still dying? Yes. Marsha, I think they want to know more about the duality of black liberation. Ellipsis, eye roll, or shoulder shrug. It's a price well paid and hard to get free. 2, enter. Marsha P. makes Medea and Shanae build a stone wall, stone by stone, when suddenly the police, Medea's got a gun. Medea's gun is useless. Shanae says, oh my goodness. Lipstick like a clown, fingernails waving. 3, Marsha P. looks so pretty as a mermaid, and Medea keeps trying to hum Marsha's song. And Shanae keeps clowning. The sirens keep coming, and the sirens keep coming, and the sirens keep coming. 4, Medea, Shanae, Would it be if Shanae and Medea were found dead in 2 suitcases at a popular park? How many trans women does it take to? 5, dear Medea, no matter what, they will still kill you. 2, and everyone on set will at your wig and dress, lying next to a bouquet of bullets. So funny, new show idea. Medea gets killed by police. Medea gets placed in a chokehold. Medea can't breathe. Medea dies but gets forgotten. Medea hangs herself. Medea goes to the airport and her ID doesn't match the way she presents. Hallelujah. Last piece, some audience participation from you. Can you say, hi? My voice, hi. Hi. Okay, cool. I'll point to you and you can do that. Look up to see where the going go. Look up to see where the going go. Hi. When they gonna call me up? Say, up there. When is it time for me to go? When will I hear their footsteps with each iron wing as a metaphor for where my glow should soul? When will I learn her full name? Black Mars, Electra Ashe, Grand Extravaganza. 2, if all the black women are going to Mars, I want to sit with all the women I love. I want a black woman to call out on speaker, hey sis, welcome to your flight. We got the baddest bitches flying y'all to y'all destination today. And then some other black woman jump in and say, greetings, my brilliant, wise, and beautiful sisters, and welcome to your flight, because it's your time, because you're worthy, because you always been worthy, and we so thrilled to fly you to the motherland of Mars. And then I want some other black woman to jump on the flight mic and say, buckle up, safety first. We got peach cobbler and mac and cheese on this flight. And we all say please and thank you because we got home training. And you know the elders are sitting in first class and y'all can take turns washing their feet or getting them anything they want. Ashe, okay, amen. I want the Soul Train line to begin and end the flight. I want any woman I wronged or who wronged me to appear in the same row and we clear it up in 5 minutes as we are exchanging stones. I want every woman to have her time with a healing therapist, a doctor, and to have emotional ease and every medical procedure she needs on the way to Mars. I want my highest self and my lowest self and my kid's self and my elder self to self-actualize like a choir and a prayer and a cackle. I want Mars herself to send us all a message through the sun-baked clouds expressing how excited she is to hold us in her womb again. And we fly, and we good, and we gone. Thank you.
Anastasia, I hope Nikki Giovanni is listening right now. She would love that poem, I tell you. Fantastic. Oh my. Well, we are almost at the end of our reading. And it is so, so good to introduce this brother with this haiku. You know that he is among our Black men who have won the Pulitzer Prize. I mean it. He's out there followed by Tyemba Jess and Jericho Brown. Go on. And led by Yusef Kamanyaka, the Pulitzer men. But you know, prizes are kind of secondary to this man because he believes in the art. He believes in poetry. He believes in family and community. So, Greg Parlow, this is your haiku. Read him like a totem. His prizes are still lower than the love he gives.
How's she gonna do me like that? Sorry. L. Persons was a loner outside of Memphis in 1912. A 12-year-old white girl was found raped and decapitated, and someone had to pay, of course. So they got L. Persons. He was lynched, and you know, we often say it was an angry white mob. These mobs were not angry, they were festive. It was a carnival scene. Thousands of people showed up. In the absence of evidence, what they used at the time, there was a fad, this new idea that you could see what the victim saw, the last thing that they saw in the eye upon death. And so in the absence of evidence, they exhumed the little girl's body and looked in the one eye that had not disintegrated, and of course they saw the image of L. Persons. So I was fascinated by this science and wanted to repurpose it to address some of the more intractable problems of our time. The notion that structural racism doesn't exist, the problems of critical race theory, the fact that the idea that school shootings are just an unfortunate fact of life. These are called charms. Apology for the use of charms. Afro-pessimism is not a euphemism for a bad hair day. No joke, it's rough out here. You try to stay upbeat when a beat cop cracks a skull and the court condemns the kid who filmed him. The reggae soundtrack to the first-person shooter's gallery of body cam footage asks, what you gonna do when they come for you?
like it was ordained, which some say it was. See, Noah's son Ham stumbled upon the old man, buck-ass naked, passed out, drunk as a judge, and rather than process the shame that his kid had witnessed, the Old Testament bad dad cursed all of Ham's descendants. Some say that's why we're in the fix we're in. For if you believe it, Ham begat black folks. His reckless, let us call it eyeballing, begat the curse of everlasting servitude. Back before colonial laws forbade black women from naming in court the white men who'd knocked them up, long before calipers sized a skull in the long con of racial science, pious slave merchants brandished Bibles and claimed Ham's curse gave them divine license to ply their trade. Don't try to make it make sense. Things are better now, some deduce from theories of human progress in which fish with feet rise to hunch as monkeys aspiring toward the angelic train and stand upright as God-fearing white men. Also them, stop living in the past. Meanwhile, Jim Crow's cheap cologne still haunts the halls of state capitol buildings. Must we pretend nobody knows why we sing the blues, why we whistle through the blessing in our two front teeth, why we might turn to the black girl magic of charms that traces back to the two-headed woman dancing between pillars of fire and cloud? Not the trinket or on the bracelet or your Crocs, but the spells, bits of mojo to drum up strength to live another day free from having slapped someone. Ask Ms. Johnson down the street. She'll tell you a smile big as a watermelon slice is the essence of enchantment. Be generous with it. Repeat, as DeRay tweets, I love my blackness and yours. And we'll all meet at the family picnic because, in truth, we are every American Ham's children learning to self-parent in a nation forefathered by deadbeats who would have us believe that all will be well as long as we look the other way. Charm for the transmigration of the soul. I started adding the scientists who were involved. I try to make these as rooted in actual science as possible. Christoph Scheiner, 1575 to 1650, Johannes Kepler, 1571 to 1630. Thanks to Jesuits like the medieval physicist who mistook the eyeball for a library of one-page picture books, each book titled What I Saw Just Now, each book available to the eternal occupant of our mortal minds and anyone else with a scalpel, we can hearken back to the olden days when chevaliers and musketeers hunted mature toads for the swampland zen thought to lodge congealed like caramel candies with sage and healing properties in their shovel-shaped skulls. This charm doesn't need us to believe that our Jesuit Christoph Scheiner hungered for this fabled toadstone as he groped his way to his discovery through the double arches in a hopper's head. But he must have had a reason to dissect the animal when, to his surprise, something hinted of its picture book, if not all its lived experience, printed on the tiny bijou of the eye. God in all things, he must have thought, astonished. What could be more intimate or holier than sharing another creature's vision? This charm derives from Scheiner's science. Its magic grants us access to other minds the way a book would. This consummation, its take on the empathy lacking in dark ages that emerge whenever books are feared more than guns. Health food for the mind, this charm works best with croakers pilfered from biology labs while idle students graffiti empty shelves in their study halls. Be mindful of visions that flicker brief as Snapchats as quickness dims and souls escape through windows of no return. Splay the animals and free their crystal balls. Appraise these as a thief might. Pinch them in the light that splinters future into the faces of kids forbidden reading rainbows. Repeat the African proverb that says when an old person dies, a library burns to the ground. Use this charm to rebuild the bridges that books otherwise provide. Think of reading as resurrection. This charm is CPR for lives trapped in histories stagnating into fable. This charm feeds the hunger for communion that twinkles in every reader's eye. Charm for enduring the dark night of the soul. Franz Boles, 1849 to 1879, C.P. Robin, 1821 to 1885. First, thank Charles-Philippe Robin for discovering melanin, the supernatural source of your blackness, your laughter, your ichor and irony. Were it not for Western science, you might be just an average person. Next, recognize Franz Boll, the physiologist who discovered that the eyes, cones, and rods once exposed bleach bone white by a protein called rhodopsin, or visual purple, which enables us to see in differing economies of light. Melanin and rhodopsin combine in this charm to counter the veil of grouchiness your melanin generates in the eyes of some who have less of it to show. Melanopsin favors blue-blacks and governs the body's rhythms, and on until the break of dawn. This compound coheres under pressure and smolders copper bright and sure as heat chewing the edges of records from family plantations. For inside the history of entitlement, nuance is redacted, and all that's left is black and white. One drop toward the margin, and there's a space for race understood as theory enacted. When melanin prompts little aggressions in strangers, this charm will keep you from falling into the collapsed star of their imagination and the haze that grows around it like a cataract. This charm employs melanopsin's magic power to move entire tax bases to the suburbs. Its power to move them back. This charm will help you see patterns across time and industries. This is an anti-gaslighting charm. Over-manifesting the power of melanopsin can cause coffin bells to ring as you pass abandoned Negro cemeteries, a condition commonly known as too black, too strong. After a spit take of Beaujolais to purify your nightgown, let that purple rain cloud the vision of evil eyes as you chant rap the following. I know times are changing. It's time we all reach out for something new. That means you too. This charm will defend you from a metaphor for justice that covers its eyes to truths that by its own measure should be plain as day to see. Charm for darkness. Wilhelm Kuhn, 1837 to 1900, the photographer Edward Muybridge, 1830 to 1904, and James Marion Sims, 1813 to 1883. Directions. Use your 5-finger discount from a corner store to obtain a pack of Apple Now laters. Freeze dry them and combine with the pestle ground shell of a blister beetle. Apply the neon concoction as eyeshadow and wear for 4 hours dancing nonstop in the strobe light beside the DJ booth on Grown and Sexy Night. Act as if you are enchanted by the advances Wilhelm Kuhn made in science while you imagine him explaining why he believed the merest blink of an eye could arrest time, just as the photographer Eddie Muybridge proved a horse can fly by chopping one into millisecond freeze frames. With Kuhn, it was always rabbit season. He made his lab a factory and fitted the little furballs with hostage hoods to charge their eyes with the enzyme rhodopsin so that the light he would later bathe them in might, like trauma, remain. One by one, he yanked the rabbits from their cages like Kleenex. One by one, Kuhn removed the hoods and face-baked 100 bunnies, or so. Why count bunnies abundant as HeLa cells are today? Kuhn clamped their heads in his vise and pinned their lids open to imprint waffle grids of sunbeam from his window pane. We might say he gave them to the light, which is an idiom for giving birth, but to keep the first brightness fresh as snowfall, one by one he lopped the bunnies' heads with a mortal shutter click. Then he peeled their corneas like old-school Polaroids. Wilhelm Kuhn, your lab results prove you are the father of optography. You found the light of yon window burnt like Jesus in the toast onto 1 in 1,000 eyeballs. Who was counting? Your science proved what's possible depends on what you're willing to sacrifice. This charm channels the soft power of all those rabbit's foot amulets squandered in Kuhn's hunt for death's peephole, AKA the sublime. This charm will recharge as you meditate on the ritual nature of sacrifice, how it situates suffering as a renewable resource. Meditate on its multifarious forms, from enslaved women unnamed by history and forced by the speculum of J. Marion Sims, the father of gynecology, to give light to their suffering in the name of science, to other oblivions from which, with practice, you may also draw fire, e.g. Tuskegee, corpses plundered by med schools, forced sterilizations. Yet, as pain is not your birthright, this charm will lift you in weightless ecstasy and crowd surf you as in a Marian procession across a sea of bodies grooving, relentless masses stirring with the epigenetic dreams their ancestors stitched into their methylated genomes. Thank you. Thanks.
Anastasia. Let's thank them. And one last time, I'd like you to show us in an audible way what you are taking away from Furious Flower. Let's hear it. Wonderful day. It is just starting.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. If you did not get a program, there are some in the front row on both sides, and there are a few in the back by the door and here by the door. So feel free to grab one. I am delighted to bring this program of Black Joy in Song to you. This has been a labor of love for me and my dear friend, Dr. Albert Lee, and my other now dear friend, Dr. Jeremiah Padilla, who joined us on the late side. So we are really grateful for the amount of time and attention he paid to this music. You will, the poets in the audience will recognize some of these poems for sure. One of the things that we tried to do was give you multiple settings of poems so that you can see the difference in the interpretation just by what the composer has brought to the setting of the poetry. You might also hear some Black idiomatic phrases, music in there, and certainly some of the Black experience will be very familiar in this poetry. So I would like to welcome to the stage Albert Lee and Jeremiah Padilla. shattered jewel, that all my shining brilliance might fall at thy feet, thou dark wall. Would that I were garment, a shimmering silken garment, that all my folds might wrap about thy body, absorb thy body, hold and hide thy body, thou dark Would that I were a flame, but one sharp leaping flame to annihilate thy body, thou dark
When preparing this program today, and anytime I prepare a program, I'm often thinking about what a particular concert means to my overall journey as a musician. I think often about the fact that for me, music starts in the church house. And as I decided to study music as a vocation, it went from the church house to the opera house. And there was a moment in that journey where I woke up, and the artist in me was called, and the person that sort of called that artist, he didn't just call an artist, he called me back to childhood, and that was Langston Hughes. I had an experience some years ago as a student studying at the University of Connecticut, just before I moved to New York City to start a graduate degree at Juilliard, and I went to a concert, and I heard one of the finest sopranos in operatic lore, Leontine Price, sing this song, and the song is the first of the set that I'm about to sing, Minstrel Man. And I remember sitting in that concert for the first time in my life, recognizing with all of this training, with all of this sort of Eurocentric grounding, that there was a way for me to find the thread between my training and the heart of the poetry that was living in my body, that was my ancestry, that was my hope and my future, that was my voice. So I want to just share with you as we continue this journey through Black Joy, that journey to Black Joy often goes through reconciling the childhood simplicity that we all carry, and sometimes revisiting the hurt and the pain so that we understand what joy really is, and that we recognize that joy is our state and our birthright. Thank you.
Because my mouth is wide with laughter, and my throat is deep with song. You do not think I suffer after I have held my pain so long, because my mouth is wide with someplace in the sun, to whirl and to dance till the white day is done. Then rest at cool evening beneath a tall tree, while night comes on gently, dark like me. That is my dream. To fling my arms wide in the face of the sun, dance whirl, whirl till the quick day is done. Rest at pale evening, at a slim tree. Night coming tenderly, black like me. Night coming tenderly, black like me. I too sing America. I am the darker brother. They send me to eat in the kitchen when company comes, but I laugh and eat well and grow strong. At the table when company comes, nobody'll dare say to me, eat in the kitchen, as the nesting dove. Come to my heart and bring it rest, as the bird flies home to its welcome nest. Come when my heart is full of grief, or when my heart is merry. Come with the falling of the leaf, or with the reddening cherry. Come when the leaves first blossom blow. Come when the summer gleams and glows. Come with the winter's drifting snow, and you are welcome. You are welcome, welcome, and you are welcome. If you could sit with me beside the sea today, and whisper with me the sweetest dreamings, o'er and I think I should not find the clouds so dim and gray, and not so loud the waves complaining at the shore. If you could sit strand today, and tell me that my longing heart had won your I think all my sad thoughts would now be put away, and I could give back laughter, for the ocean's
I hadn't warned Jeremiah that I was speaking, but he can take a breather for a moment. I would like to thank you all so much for being here today. I have a lot of friends and some students in the audience, and I am grateful for your presence in the middle of what's a pretty beautiful day outside. But I also wanted to mention a couple of conversations that Albert and I have had about this program. Starting off with just last night when Albert got a chance to see what happens in this space for a poetry reading. And Albert and I have suffered some recent familial losses. And he said, I feel like those people are here. And I said, all the ancestors are in that space. And I was like, goodness gracious, we get to sing a program with all the ancestors in this space, which is such a gift. And the fact that he mentioned that Black joy is our birthright and that Langston Hughes was the person that reminded him of that, I thought, well, that explains why we started a bunch of Langston Hughes early and we're ending with a bunch of Langston Hughes later. Langston Hughes anchors us in so many ways, is also very appropriate for song settings because a lot of these poems aren't especially long, and so that makes it easier to stick some music in between. I love that this last poem, I Dream a World, though, is really visionary and thinks about a world that I just said to my husband earlier today. I was like, I don't know, world peace. I don't think it's ever happening. Today is actually International World Peace Day, I learned. So, I mean, that I did not plan, that I would be singing these songs of I Dream a World at the end of this program on World Peace Day. And then Albert and I will sing together another setting of joy. We're happy to hang out if people have questions afterwards, but that'll be the end of our program. Thank you again for being here.
I dream a world where attends the needs of all mankind. Of such I dream. I went to look for joy, slim dancing joy, gay laughing joy, bright-eyed joy, and I found her driving the butcher's cart in the arms of the butcher boy. Such company as keeps this young nymph joy. 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 I went to look for joy, slim dancing joy, gay laughing joy, bright-eyed joy, and I found her driving the butcher's cart in the arms of the butcher boy. Such company as keeps this young nymph joy. Such company as keeps this young nymph joy.
So I have, that means since it's 7, that means I have a question on the screen.
I can also put it on in some different ways, which is going to be more.
Yeah, then bring it my structure. Got it, okay. So we got 1, 2, 3. I'll take another. Chad? Sorry for any delay.
It's all right, Chad.
You're working to us.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, if you were like out taking a smoke break, we might have to. Like, come on, Chad. Like we trying to get going. Oh, I hope this weekend doesn't drive you back to it.
Oh, no. Okay, good. Gotta go to Raleigh next week.
All right, does that feel okay to you?
Yep.
All right, let me just double check.
Sure.
This.
But, James is gonna make sure, I'm gonna go back and everyone's listening, and make sure everyone's mic is working.
Once you sit down, I'll double check you too.
Yeah, but that's like 2 weeks. Oh, she's on the online. So I don't. is on and off.
I don't think we've introduced. I've been at your panel.
The other day, yes.
Hi.
Hi, it's Martha.
Yes, nice to meet you. Or see you. I didn't see you. Maybe at CLA?
Several CLAs, probably, yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Oh, okay.
How are you? Yeah, I'm a bit stressed out with this whole thing because I've never done this.
Where's that?
The microphone, however you call the box in the back.
It's just no gestural slamming make your
Let's go. I do 10.
That's my one note. So, Matt.
Yes.
You said you left Maytha on another panel. Was
Yeah,
it in this
so
building?
she's on the other. Yes, she's in this building, but in the other end of this building.
Gotcha. Okay.
That end. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Like down the stairs on the other side.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And she's putting a lot of energy out in the.
It's Maytha.
Okay.
So she doesn't. I don't know if this one's perfect.
If you don't look good and sound good, I don't look good. Just say how you look. That's just right. Without saying, I wish you were there for all the other days. Y'all have everything else you need? We'll be ready to go whenever you are.
Okay. All right. So we are actually doing it all.
Yes, a true round. Thank you.
So I guess so it's I know that we need to do that because the poetry readings at 3:30. Yeah, we're not doing that. It's supposed to start. It says 2 to 3:15. So, but I will give. So we'll probably start like 2 or 5.
And do you are we going in that order or?
The order is it's gonna be. I'll say it out loud.
Okay.
Matt and then Martha, Annette, and Kenny.
Okay. Those are lights.
Me, Martha, and then Annette. And Maytha was going to be our closer if Maytha was actually. And we will probably.
I know. When everyone kept saying they couldn't.
Are they testing mics or
He
not?
just said they were making sure that we were all that they were ready to go.
They can hear them. Oh,
Oh,
yes. Yeah. Oh, yes.
that's
they
the
can.
test.
so we should stop gossiping now.
You can start now.
Yeah, exactly. Alden's here.
Alden is here, we can start.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'm so excited. It's a really big room for.
Yeah.
One minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming, and welcome to the panel on Vital History, the Cambridge Anthology Roundtable. My name is Keith D. Leonard. I'm the moderator of the panel, and I'm also have the privilege of being the editor of the forthcoming Cambridge History of African American Poetry. It has been a great privilege, not only because this is the first of its kind from one of these presses, but also I've had the great privilege of working with these wonderful scholars. Hopefully, if all goes well, the volume will be out towards the end of next year. We have set a goal of, by not this coming MLA, but the MLA after that, we will be able to launch the book. But in the meantime, I wanted to share a little bit of what we've been doing, some of our, a little glimmer of the shine that is in the book, and wanted to do so with what I assume to be our best audience. I've asked the panelists to do something which is impossible and a little unfair, which is to summarize some of the key elements of their arguments in 5 to 7 minutes. And I've asked them to do so in response to the following question. How have Black poets and poetry scholars transformed existing paradigms of poetic thought to enliven them with Black perspectives, practices, and ontologies? And so I will turn things over to them. We will have them read in roughly chronological order of the material they are covering. We will start with Matt Sandler from Columbia University. He will be reading from his chapter on Black abolitionist poetics. Following him will be Carlene Ferrari from Seattle University, who will be talking about the postbellum dreams of African American women between the end of the Civil War and before and into the Harlem Renaissance. Then we will have Marta Werbanowska from the University of Vienna, dealing with African American eco-poetics. Annette Debo from Western Carolina University and the historical turn in African American poetry, followed by the man we all know and love, McKinley Melton of Rhodes College, talking about contemporary poets in the national spotlight. And we will end with Emily Ruth Rudder from Ball State University, talking about the elegy in the Black Lives Matter era. I turn things over to Matt.
So I guess I want to start just by thanking Keith, both for including me in the volume and for including me on this occasion, which is it's been a really rich experience and lovely opportunity. My contribution is about the Black poets of the abolition movement. So folks may have heard in particular of people like Francis Harper, James Monroe Whitfield, Anne Plato, and George Moses Horton. The focus of the chapter is on the idea that these poets were interpreting their poetic work as both a component of their activism within the abolition movement, but also formally within their kind of inheritance of and play with the Euro-American movement in arts and philosophy known as Romanticism. The kind of primary thrust of my argument was that the poets of this period thought of their work as doing kind of ideological and theoretical and critical work, as well as kind of practical activist work. Now that premise is one that's shared by Black literary critics such as Barbara Christian and Houston Baker, but specifically I want to kind of dial into the abolitionist component of it. And the work I've been doing on this has been especially focused on the ways that poetry is that the Black poets of the period were making interventions not only in poetry as such, but also sort of political theory, intellectual history, and something like political theology. So in other words, thinking about abolition in ways that other kinds of intellectual work were not and have not thought through abolition. So I'm just gonna give you one example of this from the poet Alfred Gibbs Campbell, who lived and worked primarily in Paterson, New Jersey, where he was well known as an abolitionist, but also as an industrialist. He was the half owner of what was known as the Ivanhoe Paper Company in Paterson, New Jersey. His work is terribly interesting, and the kind of romantic theme that I identified in it for the purposes of this piece is the way that he's kind of secularizing the notion of judgment. And you can see this across the abolitionist movement, especially the poetic and rhetorical work of the abolitionists, that they take theological notions of of God's judgment and transform that for thinking through abolition. This is a poem. I'm going to read a poem for you guys because it seems like an appropriate occasion to do that. This is a poem that he published first in a journal called The Alarm Bell, which he wrote entirely himself, and which was comprised both of news and items about the abolition movement, but also about the temperance movement, which he saw as kind of linked. He was not alone in thinking that way among his contemporaries from the abolitionist movement. And so this is God shall be all in all. I deem they greatly err, who hold that he who made the human soul will not its destinies control for final good, but wrathful fold it in the shrouds of hopeless woe, of deathless gloom, of quenchless fire, the creatures of his vengeful ire, whence it can never ransom know. The Lord is love, and though his rod fall on us with chastising care, even while its bitter pangs we bear, we know and feel 'tis for our good he sends his chastenings, that his love corrects us when we go astray and points us to the better way, the path to happy realms above. So in the world to come, his love shall freely unto all abound. Even prisoners in the depths profound shall see his mild face beam above their dreary cells and hear his voice, unheeded once, in mercy call, turn ye to me and live, and all shall hear the summons and rejoice. Lost men, lost angels shall return. Satan himself be purified. Death shall be conquered in his pride, and hell's fierce fires shall cease to burn. When shall our God be all in all? His love bear universal sway. His God preserve for all souls for aye, nor shall the weakest fear a fall. I'm going to leave it there.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. The title of my chapter is Postbellum Dreams, a generation of Black women poets. And once again, I'm Carlene Ferrari from Seattle University. New Negro Renaissance women writers transformed paradigms of poetic thought by writing about themselves, writing about Black women's interiors, writing about their unspeakable desires. My essay extends the work of such scholars as Deborah McDowell, Maureen Honey, Gloria Hull, and Cheryl Wall, whose works have recontextualized new Negro Renaissance women writers and revealed their contributions and artistic prowess. In my chapter, I argue that what critics dismissed as genteel and feminine is, in fact, Black women writers' theoretical savvy and creativity. I examine a selection of poetry from Alice Dunbar Nelson, Georgia Douglas Johnson, and Anne Spencer, and analyze the ways through which they used the written word as a vehicle for creative and political expression, showing how, for them as Black women writers, the Negro problem was also a gendered problem, and they used their poetry to articulate their concerns, launch critiques, and challenge social mores. For Black women, the personal was most certainly political, and their undaunted outspokenness about their oppression was in part why their poetry was both misunderstood and disregarded as trivial women's writing. One of the central themes in new Negro Renaissance women's poetry is that of yearning, speaking the unspeakable, and I highlight that it is not only radical, but a testament of their artistic ingenuity and connected to their craft as poets. So they expanded the contours of Black poetry, not just because they were writing about themselves, but also through how they were writing about themselves. Black women writers were critiqued for their use of traditional forms and stances. Yes, Black women writers turned to traditional forms and stances. However, they were not merely imitating, as some critics surmised. Rather, they were critiquing said conventions. More specifically, they were critiquing their exclusion. And through their appropriation of said forms and stances, they created apertures for their Black female voices to be heard. In Shadow Dreams, Maureen Honey identifies a recurring theme in Black women's poetry she calls survival of the core self, which she explains is a kind of self-protection found in New Negro women's poetry. I highlight that this theme New Negro women adopted in their poetics is a kind of gendered masking. Just as Black people had to disguise their work to speak freely, so too did Black women who had to contend with the societal, racial, and gender norms. Just as a quick example, one of the ways I illustrate this is through Georgia Douglas Johnson's 1918 poem, The Heart of a Woman, which I suggest can be read as a kind of Black feminist response to Paul Laurence Dunbar's 1899 poem, Sympathy. Because she's likening Black women's interiors to a caged bird. Johnson's changing the bird's gender is a direct act of protest, but it is the female's bird quiet resignation and suffering at the end of the poem that provides the most incisive Black feminist critique. In Sympathy, Dunbar's bird engages in outward physical acts of protest that leave him bruised and sore. Not only because he desires freedom, but also because he simply cannot relinquish his desire. Johnson's female bird turns inward. She tries to forget that she has dreamed of freedom, albeit unsuccessfully. Dunbar's male bird must remember who he is to survive, whereas Johnson's female bird must deny herself to survive. What breaks her heart is that she too is caged, and moreover, her desires, the ones she cannot forget, also imprison her. This rhetorical move positions New Negro women writers not as genteel, apolitical writers, but as architects, continuing a long-standing tradition of Black expression and artistic ingenuity. In closing, what I want people to take away from this essay is how Black women poets constructed a Black woman's world through their poetry and wrote poetry that allowed them to articulate their wholeness, unspeakable desires, and expand the contours of Black womanhood. Perhaps what is most remarkable is that these Black women poets used the very space to which they were confined, the domestic sphere, to challenge the notion that a woman's primary realm of power is in the home, and crafted an alternative subversive home. They formed a home through language, one that allowed them to showcase their talents as poets and express their frustrations as Black women navigating the oppressive terrain of racism and sexism. Their critiques about the limitations imposed upon New Negro women were far from opaque and highlight both their imaginative, creative prowess and unrelenting desire to dream, even when it hurt. Their dreams may have been deferred, but they were not silenced. Indeed, it was a difficult miracle, to quote June Jordan, yet it happened. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by saying how grateful I am to Dr. Leonard for inviting me to be part of this anthology, to be part of this panel, how humbled I am to be on this stage and in this space. Before I turn to my own words, let me open with the words of someone who's a tad better at writing and expressing themselves than I am, a little-known poet by the name of Ross Gay. And a poem I assume everybody's familiar with, but it's always worth reading, A Small Needful Fact. A small needful fact is that Eric Garner worked for some time for the Parks and Rec Horticultural Department, which means perhaps that with his very large hands, perhaps in all likelihood, he put gently into the earth some plants which most likely, some of them, in all likelihood, continue to grow, continue to do what such plants do, like house and feed small and necessary creatures, like being pleasant to touch and smell, like converting sunlight into food, like making it easier for us to breathe. And with Gay's poem, I would like to open my meditation on African American eco-poetry because there's several transformations that are happening in this poem, in Gay's elegy for Garner, where the media's portrayal of the victim of police murder the media's portrayal of him as criminal is transformed into an image of his horticultural work that the public hardly knew about. The myth of Black disinterest in the natural environment transformed into embrace of traditions of Black environmental care. And the omnipresent narratives of Black death transformed into the uncertain but persistent hope for Black life, or aliveness, as has been repeated often here in this conference. By aligning Garner with the regenerative and needful powers of nature, the poem at once humanizes and naturalizes Blackness as essential to ecosystemic sustainability. And it presents anti-Black violence as both inhumane and unnatural, genocidal and ecocidal, taking away not only Garner's but everyone's breath. Gay's poem is emblematic of the African American eco-poetic tradition in that it embraces what I like to call Black ecological thinking, knowledges and practices that are rooted in the Black environmental experience and in Afro-diasporic intellectual and spiritual traditions of eco-humanism. From forced plantation labor through redlining, greenlining, and unnatural disasters from Katrina to Flint and beyond, African American environmental history has been marked by exploitation, exclusion, and dispossession. But at the same time, from slave gardens, herbal healing, agricultural and scientific contribution by George Washington Carver and many, many others, to today's Black-led movements for food and climate justice, it's also a history of environmental care, cultivation, and innovation. Correlated with this history is the ideological dehumanization of Blackness, which reveals the limitation of Enlightenment or liberal humanism. And as a corrective, Black eco-humanist traditions understand humanity in communal, interdependent, fluid rather than individualist, hierarchical, and essentialist terms. And in my chapter, I take a look at African American eco-poetry as a tradition that draws from African American environmental history and eco-humanist sensibilities to explore the sometimes troubled, often liberatory entanglements of Blackness, the natural world, and the question of what it is to be human. I structured this discussion as a series of calls and responses between poets on three major themes: the tree as a mascon, as Stephen Henderson would say, in Black environmental imagination, the strategic identification of Black life with animal and other non-human life, and commitment to environmental justice. But if I were to take a more linear approach, I'd also identify three turning points in the development of African American eco-poetic tradition, beginning with Paul Laurence Dunbar's introduction of all of these themes, I would say, in poems such as The Haunted Oak, Sympathy, and his lesser-known works, such as The Forest Greeting and The Rising of the Storm. Then Lucille Clifton's, what I term Ars Eco-Poeticas, such as Surely I Am Able to Write Poems, Being Property Once Myself, solidified this tradition in their self-reflective search for the kind of nature writing that would reflect the Black environmental experience and eco-humanist values. And finally, the emergence of the Black Lives Matter movement during time when the climate catastrophe is not only undeniable but increasingly palpable has, I would argue, reinvigorated the Black eco-poetic tradition in the 21st century. Camille Dungy's groundbreaking 2009 Black Nature, 4 Centuries of African American Nature Poetry, laid groundwork for literary analysis of Black eco-poetry as a tradition and paved the way for critical reception of collections such as Gay's Catalogue of Unabashed Gratitude, Ed Robertson's To See the Earth Before the End of the World, Alexis Pauline Gumbs' M Archive After the End of the World, or Dungy's own Trophic Cascade, to mention but a few works from the ever-expanding catalog of contemporary African-American eco-poetry, of which you could, I don't know if you still can, I don't know if the book fair is open, but buy books such as Ariana Benson's Black Pastoral or Aisha Ajani's Heirloom. And both of them were presenting and reading during this conference. So if I have one more minute, I'd just like to leave us with this thought that, with that thought on the etymology of the word eco-poetry, eco-poetics. Right, eco coming from the ancient Greece oikos, which means at the same time, it means house and it means family, and poetics as making. So this as a process of building at the same time place to live in and the family to live in, with, or as. And to think about this in the context of what this anthology is and what this conference has been. Thank you.
I'd like to add my voice to thank Keith for this roundtable and just all of your work on the anthology. My contribution to it is about the historical poem in the 21st century. And it applies the framework that I developed more extensively in my book, The Necessary Past, which was published by Northwestern last spring. So this essay uses that framework to look at poetry by Terrence Hayes, Evie Shockley, and Tyehimba Jess. And in my time today, I'll talk about how African-American poets born after 1960, and so that timing allows them to benefit from the achievements of the civil rights years, have written a still growing wave of historical poetry that is a repository of cultural memory, commensurate with, and often even more reliable than traditional histories. The distinctive and sometimes surprising turn to history that emerged in the 21st century has resulted in an unprecedented outpouring of historical poetry that has the cumulative impact of revising the nation's history. Many poets have theorized about this genre: Camille Dungy, Major Jackson, Kevin Young, and Natasha Trethewey, who voices a belief that drives this generation when she writes, "I take up the burden of history." This burden of history is that of the misinformation that floods textbooks and cultural memory, the refusal to accept newly proven histories, and the determined reliance on inaccurate or incomplete sources. Poets have stepped into the fray, inscribing into poetry more accurate accounts of the past and offering them in a medium that reaches audiences who might otherwise remain uninformed about the advances in historical knowledge. Not only are they correcting public history, but they are creating historical figures who are individuals, who can speak to current concerns as well as the past, and who embody national history. This wave of historical poetry written by poets who largely began their careers in the 21st century is indebted to many poetic parents. I, Cornelius Eady, Robert Hayden, Michael Harper, Phileas Moss, Marilyn Nelson, Norbise Phillip, Patricia Smith, and Yusef Komanyaka, to name only a few, but especially to Rita Dove. In 1986, Dove published Thomas and Beulah, whose impact is epitomized by Van Jordan when he explained that he could only write his own poetry once he got beyond the anxiety of influence of Thomas and Beulah. The literary possibilities opening up in the 1980s were dependent on changes in the discipline of history as the mode and focus of histories radically shifted around 1970, starting to embrace a broader telling of African American life, reconsidering the goals of historical objectivity and consensus theory, and reckoning with the issues introduced by postmodernism. Hayden White proposed that history is less a science and more an art, dependent on the literary form in which it is told, and he singled out Toni Morrison's 1987 Beloved to illustrate the unstable boundary between literature and history, disciplines that were once both branches of rhetoric. Historians were taking nonfiction writing classes during their graduate studies as literary writers simultaneously moved toward writing more historically. As part of these momentous shifts, Dove's volume offered a model for which histories could be told and how to tell them, realizing that people who were women or African American were not included in canonical histories. Dove chose to focus on what she terms ordinary people, writing ordinary people's history with a small h into national history with a capital H. She also significantly combined the lyric with narrative poetry, inspiring the experimental formal nature of the following generation. For the generation of writers following her, Elizabeth Alexander's 1990 The Venus Hottentot is the origin point for this wave of historical poetry. Major Jackson and Camille Dungy testify to its influence and the way it redefined the term and lens used to view Sarah Bartman, the South African woman exploited in London and Paris in the early 1800s. And Alexander's early and extensive publishing record established her impact on the other writers of this generation. Her title poem, The Venus Hottentot, offers readers two sequences, each voiced by a persona. Georges Cuvier, the French scientist born in 1769, who created a plaster cast of Bartman's body, displayed her skeleton, and preserved her brain and genitals, all in his effort to support his claims of Caucasian superiority. And Bartman, a member of the Khoikhoi ethnic group, most likely born in the Kamdebou in the 1770s, who agreed to a deal that offered wealth, but instead quickly destroyed her health and caused her death. Using the new historical research appearing in the 1980s, Alexander pairs a morally corrupt Cuvier with a Bartman who has agency and speaks on her own behalf. The poem ends by imagining Bartman turning the tables by dissecting Cuvier and exposing the shriveled heart that drives colonialism. From this auspicious beginning, contemporary poets flocked to the genre of historical poetry, revising the past into a more accurate account that focuses on individuals and uses the unique properties of poetic form to present multiple discourses simultaneously. In the works in this essay, Hayes, Shockley, and Jess rewrite the past, refuting the nation's myths about itself and instead correcting that memory. Hayes forces contemporary audiences to remember the United States history of lynching and to reckon with what this act does to the victims as well as the perpetrators. Shockley questions the reputation of Thomas Jefferson by demonstrating the contradictions between his words and his actions, destabilizing national myths about American character. Jess frees Huddie Ledbetter from the shadow of John Lomax and prominently positions him in the annals of American music. If we accept James Baldwin's declaration that, quote, the great force of history comes from the fact that we carry it, within us, are unconsciously controlled by it in many ways, and history is literally present in all that we do, then this wave of historical poetry, which has not yet crested, is rewriting the past in fundamental ways that allow us to envision a more just future. Thank you.
Wow. So, yeah, I will follow suit in kind of echoing the thanks and the gratitude that has been expressed, not only for the invitation, to be a part of this anthology, but also to kind of talk about it and to talk about it here in this space, which I think if nothing else, the last few days has really kind of solidified the importance of this work, right, that we are doing here, gathered as poets and scholars and scholar poets and poet scholars, and in particular, you know, your opening comments about this being the first kind of book of its kind that's doing this work is what we recognize as being so critically important because of the need to do precisely the kinds of things that we're doing. And then I'm sitting here listening to you all, and I'm really excited to read. I'm really excited to read this volume, knowing that this is just a snippet of what it's going to contain. So all of that said, my contribution is a chapter that is titled "In the National Spotlight: Awards, Inaugurations, and Resistance." So I'm going to start with just a bit of the kind of framing for the chapter and think a bit about some of the central questions that I'm looking to explore while sticking to the time that we are asked to really allow for our conversation. When Amanda Gorman delivered "The Hill We Climb" during the 2021 inauguration of President Joseph R. Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, who will hopefully be having a title change soon, her reading represented a distinctive moment in the history of Black poetry and poetics. As Joshua Bennett, scholar, poet, and veteran of slam competitions and spoken word communities, described the event in his recent book, Spoken Word: A Cultural History, quote, "The bright yellow coat was what first caught my eye. An ideal choice, I thought, for the moment. Every poem, as you now know, begins before you step on stage. But it was the power and precision of the recitation that kept my attention. Both the singularity of the occasion — Amanda Gorman was the youngest poet by many years to have her original poem featured at an inauguration — and the echoes of performances past stood out immediately." End quote. As Bennett notes, Gorman's youth, as well as her rootedness in traditions of performance, enabled her to serve as, quote, "a reflection of what generations of spoken word poets envisioned and worked toward in different ways. The intersection of a robust commitment to the dance of language on paper and the singular power of poems given to the air." End quote. Gorman's emergence into the national spotlight was distinguished by the vibrancy of her youth and her relative newness on the poetry scene, even while her work echoes the generations that preceded her. Yet she must also be understood alongside her contemporaries in a moment when Black creative expression is regularly at the forefront of national conversations. Featured as the Time magazine cover story just a few weeks after President Biden's inauguration, Gorman was interviewed by First Lady Michelle Obama, who asked the young poet about the current renaissance, quote, "in Black art, this surge of creativity we've seen over the past 6 years or so." End quote, with Mrs. Obama inviting Gorman to meditate on what does it mean to call this period a renaissance and consider her own place within it. The idea of calling this a renaissance was not the creation of Michelle Obama, but it instead aligned with the theme of that Time's special issue, quote, "The Renaissance is Black," end quote, which included features on Gorman and a range of Black writers, artists, filmmakers, and creatives. The issue was presented as a special project created in partnership with Ibram X. Kendi that celebrates the power of Black art. In Kendi's essay, "This is the Black Renaissance," he argues for a parallel between the contemporary moment and the new Negro Harlem Renaissance of the early 20th century, positing that, quote, "we are living in the time of a new Renaissance, what we are calling the Black Renaissance, the third great cultural revival of Black Americans after the Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s, after the Black arts movement of the 1960s and 70s. Black creators today were nurtured by these past cultural revivals." Now, I do indeed believe that there are useful parallels to thinking about this current moment as a 21st century renaissance, particularly when comparing this important moment being impelled by the Black Lives Matter movement as an echo to the very real threats against Black lives that fundamentally shaped the conditions of Jim Crow era America and the Harlem Renaissance. Though I think there are some useful parallels, I'm also really interested in problematizing this a bit, in this idea of this new Black Renaissance that Kendi and others were kind of, echoing forth in the way that they talk about a figure like Amanda Gorman in the 21st century. So my essay is primarily concerned with the question of how this contemporary Renaissance, which is often defined in terms of success, fraught though that term itself may be, invites us to consider how the excitement generated by Black poets' new prominence would be impossible without the generations of poets that preceded these contemporary figures. In other words, this Renaissance must be understood not only as a rebirth, but as inheritance and as indebtedness. All things new are not necessarily unique. The conditions that give rise to this current moment and the persistent challenges that Black poets must navigate do indeed echo the new Negro Harlem Renaissance in multiple ways. For me, what's most striking is the way that the artists of the 21st century must contend with similar questions that shape the reception to their work and the ways in which Black poetry of the 21st century is discussed, taught, and recognized. In this, some kinship may be recognized between contemporary poets like Gorman and predecessors like Langston Hughes. Now, Kendi also cites Hughes's seminal 1926 essay, The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain, as establishing a call for Black artists to embrace their individual dark-skinned selves without fear or shame. But I do believe that there are other key ideas set forth in Hughes's essay that illuminate the terrain that contemporary Black poets must navigate. Employing this essay as a critical frame through which to engage the 21st century moment, I consider how the core tensions that Hughes elucidates in 1926 continue to resonate for contemporary poets within their careers, despite or perhaps as a direct result of the ways that they are celebrated and deemed worthy of national prominence. While interrogating the trappings of success and the ambivalence with which Black writers have always contended with the conditions of celebration, I am particularly interested in exploring the racial implications of being thrust into the national spotlight by virtue of prominent positions and prestigious awards. In considering how Black poets in the contemporary moment have navigated the pitfalls and possibilities of national prominence, I engage how they address the relationship between politics and poetics within their work and the traditions in which they understand themselves to be operating. So if I were to try to distill this down, the primary kind of guiding question for me in thinking about this idea of being in the national spotlight is, well, first, how are we defining this national spotlight? We're defining it seemingly by the idea that Black poets are winning Pulitzers, Black poets are speaking at presidential inaugurations, and I'd like for us to complicate that a bit and think a bit about how indeed we are defining success and what are the trappings of success as being defined in that way. Beyond that, the kind of further question for me is really about this idea of the national spotlight. And I'm kind of framing it as, what does the national spotlight offer and what does it demand? And as these poets are navigating and negotiating, maximizing what it offers and minimizing and pushing back on what it demands, that's where I'm thinking about the kind of politics of prominence. And that's where the resistance part fits in. And so I'll leave it at that for now.
I also want to thank the wonderful editor, and your editorial skills are unrivaled, Keith Leonard, and the Furious Flower organizers, Lauren and Joanne, and just all of you for being here. This is a real honor. In my chapter in the Cambridge volume, which is titled A Question of Form, Elegy in the Black Lives Matter Era, I think through the ways in which contemporary Black poets utilize the ancient poetic form of elegy to refuse the naturalization of police and vigilante murders while making legible the ecology of American racism, or what Christina Sharp terms the endemically anti-Black weather. Contemporary elegist activists utilize the elegiac landscape not to convey solace that the victims of anti-Black racism have transitioned into another, more peaceful world, for how could there be consolation for any such thing? Instead, I argue poets affirm the life-giving possibilities of a Black world, or what Kevin Quashie terms Black aliveness, which seems to be the kind of resonant term of the conference, while militating against the weather conditions that sanction structural violence. Elegy thus becomes, and again, I think we've witnessed it this weekend, an intergenerational vehicle for expressing the who and how of Black being, while linking the poets and racial justice movements of decades past to the pressing concerns of the present, as well as to Black futures. So in my very brief remarks here, I want to highlight the work of Black Poets Speak Out, which has long refused a false boundary between art and political protests, and emphasize that resisting hegemonic violence entails an epistemological reorientation that takes our mutuality and interdependence, our both and humanity, rather than the us versus them of racial taxonomies and caste systems as its starting place. So in the chapter, I focus on a number of poets, including Lauren Allen, Sequoia Maynor, Darlene Anita Scott, Jericho Brown, Mahogany Brown. Of course, Jericho and Mahogany are two of the Black Poets Speak Out's co-founders. And they have all recorded, or many of these poets have recorded and taken part in Black Poets Speak Out elegiac readings, but they're also well known for their elegiac work on the printed page. So I'm concerned with the ways in which elegist activists transform silence about anti-Blackness, not only into opportunities for lament and resistance, but also, again, to affirm Black aliveness, as well as the ways in which these commitments cut across medium and mode. For instance, at the 2016 Split This Rock Festival recording of her poem, Heaven, Allen offers a variation on the Black Poets Speak Out refrain when she commences, and this is Lauren. My name is Lauren Allen. I'm a Black poet. I refuse to remain silent while this nation murders my brothers and my sisters and my people and my poets and my future. I have a right to be angry, unquote. Supported by audible snaps in the background and a call to the audience to say it, to which they respond, Sandra Bland. Allen's Heaven meditates not on the police or the racial profiling that caused Bland's death, but instead on all that was lost when her life was prematurely extinguished. Allen concludes with the haunting line, "How many angels weep when a Black girl is torn into wings?" In this Black Poets Speak Out space, Allen's focus is on celebrating Bland as a beatific individual whose life, including her defiance of the racist protocols that killed her, mattered. Indeed, Allen's elegy continues Bland's own sociocultural and political work, protesting the violent disregard for Black women's lives that ended in her death, while Allen's reading and recording also affirms Black love and the importance of grieving and imagining otherwise among a community of poets and activists, as well as those of us who engage with that video online. Moreover, Allen's Honeyfish, in which Heaven appears, is a tour de force elegist activist collection, capturing a range of elegiac moods and modes while estranging the white gaze, underwriting dominant narratives, including those within the literary world. In addition to Bland, Allen's poems memorialize the victims of the 2016 Charleston Massacre, in Grace, a Lamentation, track the fascist violence that erupted in Charlottesville in August 2017, in August, Charlottesville, elegize Tamir Rice in poems like Play and Elegy, and register frustration and grief at the not guilty verdict in the trial against Trayvon Martin's killer in Poetry Workshop After the Verdict and Post-Verdict Ranga. At the same time, the collection Honeyfish is awash in various kinds of blue, from the Aegean seductive blue to the Atlantic's blue bed of water, and those are just a few of the references to water in a really kind of healing way, but also eco-elegies that remind us of the ways in which natural forces are pressed into the service of the rigged systems designed to imperil the many and secure the socioeconomic and environmental safety of the few. Ultimately, the poems ushered in and recorded as part of Black Poets Speak Out, as well as collections such as Allen's exquisite Honeyfish, alongside scores of other Black Lives Matter elegies, are not defined by any one form, mode, or medium. They're drawn together by their refusal of the normalization of anti-Black violence and their aspirational vision for a Black future liberated by the oppressive weather of the present. These poems seem to say there can be no elegiac consolation for such violence except to build a world in which it no longer exists. So I'll end with a Kevin Quashie quote. We do not live in a black world, but in a poem there is an orientation of such being waiting for us, these poems in our hands as a world of invitation. Thanks.
I hope you all can see why I feel such great privilege to be able to be editing the work of these brilliant scholars who took this impossible task and made it sing. When we have plenty of time, we will certainly end at 3:15 because the poets are coming at 3:30, and so we will definitely need to get off the stage for that. But we do have plenty of time for conversation, and I hope you don't mind. I will have one question for my colleagues, and we'll open it up to you all. And the question was prompted in part by how Carlene opened her statement about what the difference was with black women. They were challenging these paradigms simply by talking about themselves. And then McKinley quoted that part about the poem, the tension between the poems on the page and letting them out into the air. And it's a reminder of the very powerful tension, or entanglement maybe is a better word, of the life of the private poet and the public life sometimes imposed upon the poet. And so I would love for each of you, or maybe not all of you, but if a couple of you would like to respond to the idea about how the entanglement, relationship, problem, challenge of that private life and public life of the African American poet, how it manifests in one of the examples from your essays. It's in part just an invitation for you all to talk about one more example of something you're talking about, but it was one of the through lines of the conversation is that the African American poet confronts the challenge of a whole bunch of public expectations and sometimes purposefully engage that public, but sometimes that engagement requires a kind of intimacy and the kind of dangers and exposures of the intimacy. So anyway, thinking about the public and the private, please share some thoughts about that. Thank you.
Well, I have a thought just because I was just speaking about this topic. I mean, I think in one sense there's a platform, right? And so I think that platform can be utilized to great kind of activist ends. But I think on the other hand, you know, there might be the expectation of, and this goes back to another Quashie work about quiet and sort of the, you know, the expectation that Black poetry is always about resistance, or, you know, so that the platform, or maybe this gets to you, McKinley, and sort of like, you know, what a national platform requires or demands in terms of like the kinds of topics that one is writing about, and racism or anti-Black violence being one of the topics that maybe the white public might demand, or sort of have expectation in terms of publication and all that too. So that you know, I think is something that comes to mind for me. You know, I think one poet that I examine in my chapter, Darlene Anita Scott, actually writes about those people who survive violence or who are living with violence who aren't public figures at all, right? or just living in a world of endemic racism and sexism and all the isms. And so what does it mean? Her poem, which is a Crown of Sonnets, is called A Series of Survivals. And so sort of, it's very much about the private, and it's very much about sort of how does one grapple with structural violence in just the quotidian life, right, of the poet. So I think that comes to mind for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the things that comes to mind for me, of course, I had the opportunity to talk about the salon keeping that Georgia Douglas Johnson and Ann Spencer participated in. And so the ways in which that they were cultivating these, I don't know if I would call them private spaces, but counter-public spaces. And in particular for Georgia Douglas Johnson's salon in Washington, D.C., the Saturday Nighters, as they were called, that was a particularly special community for women. And so these spaces were not just kind of cultural literary think tanks, but I also like to think of them as spaces that were alternative means of publication, as many up-and-coming writers probably didn't have access to the traditional means of publication. And also an opportunity to talk about Black women's invisible labor, right? These salons and these spaces that these Black women were cultivating were maybe not known to everyone, but they were vital spaces of possibility and cultivating of ideas.
So one of the very interesting things about working on contemporary poetry, right, is that the examples abound and increase almost on a daily basis. And the idea in particular of this, the public-private, the demands of the spotlight. Some of this was echoed just yesterday at the laureates panel, where Amanda Johnston was talking about that, that risk that one steps into when they accept this position of prominence, and what does that mean, and what does that cost, and what does that, expect. But one of the other kind of examples that I've been thinking a lot about, and really trying to figure out what to do with it, is with the figure of Amanda Gorman, right? So, the idea, she kind of, those of us in the Furious Flower orbit have known Amanda Gorman for a while, right? She's performed at Furious Flower. She was here at the 25th. She's not, a new face, but she did kind of burst onto the national scene at the 2021 inauguration. And there's a way that her kind of youthfulness, her rootedness in spoken word, her that newness that was ascribed to her was also then mapped onto, quite frankly, her politics in a way. And this expectation for her politics to also be in line with the folks that Kendi is talking about in this new Black Renaissance, and this idea of her as the cover feature story, alongside many poets who are also talking about Black Lives Matter and are talking about the pressing social justice issues of the day. So fast forward to a few years later, and Amanda Gorman is now performing at the DNC, right? On the one hand, giving this kind of poetic voice to Kamala Harris, who may well be our first Black woman president, but also giving this, poetic delivery at the same time that there are massive protests going on about the, the ongoing genocide. And so following then that performance, the number of people who you're watching on Twitter who are talking about this idea of being an imperialist poet, right? And so that idea then of, in this contemporary moment, how you are attached when you're in that prominent position, when you are kind of, for lack of a better word, sanctioned, right, by these powers and these forces, are you then also subsumed into their politics, right? And are there ways in which you as a poet are facing the backlash for the politics of the people at whose events you show up, right? And so there's this really interesting kind of moment that's happening that I don't quite know what fully to make of it, because it's literally happening in real time. But I think that there are some very important and useful debates and critiques that do need to be levied if indeed we're going to call her an activist poet, which is how she was introduced, right, at the DNC, as an activist poet. What does that mean, right, in this moment? And what does your activism look like? And what kind of activist sacrifices are you making in order to exist in the national spotlight? So I think these are all kinds of questions that I have more questions than I have answers, but I think that they kind of pulse at what it is you're asking us to think about.
What's interesting is that while you focus, and your chapter seems to be focusing on poets navigating those binaries of public-private, cooptation and resistance, I'm thinking what I see a lot of eco-poetry has been doing, and of course eco-poetry not being the only one, right? A lot of Black women's poetry, specifically queer poetry, has been doing this, is troubling and blurring this binary of public and private, of the environmental or climate crisis as being out there, and like the me being me, the public-private, how much of your body is entangled, right, with the world that seems to be out there, right? The terms even such as, human, non-human, right? Going back to, well, earlier than that, but Lucille Clifton's being property once myself. I have the right to speak about environment. Right? If those are categories that can be redefined, what's human, what's non-human, what's public, what's private, what's inside, what's outside. And just to finish this off with another beautiful quote by Clifton on this binary thinking. In an interview, she once said, she was asked about like, whether her eye is public or private, whether it's like her or the more general, whoever that would be according to the interviewer. And she said, I don't do either or. That's not an African tradition. Both and is an African tradition. So yeah.
Yeah, Lucille, always turning to the wisdom of Miss Lucille.
Exactly.
I might have trouble seeing. Mr. Ethelbert, please.
How many chapters are in the book?
If everyone submits, there will be 32. So the process was that I was asked to write a proposal, and the proposal consisted of my imagining a table of contents and potential writers for that table of contents, and so I did that as a kind of administrative placeholder to make the case for the argument, and then I shared those titles with the contributors and invited them to change the titles as they saw fit. Some decided to change them, others did not.
And then final question, which is a key question, you might not be able to answer. How was this course?
I should have thought of that. Because the permissions seeking permissions, the publishers who own permissions often ask that question. So I have that information somewhere in my email, but I don't have it off the top of my head. But yes.
Is it expensive?
Yes. I have in my head $59.95. Yeah, but it's yeah.
Keith, I have a question.
Yes.
It's a follow-up, and it's for you.
Okay.
Thank you to all the beautiful panelists. But can you talk about your ethical orientation in producing this book? And can you also talk about for folks, for scholars working in the field of Black poetics now, what are some of the gaps that you see?
Oh,
What are some of the
my God.
What is the editorial work that needs to be done in your opinion?
Wow. Okay. So the ethical orientation is complicated. In a sort of basic way, we want books to fill gaps, as you're saying, to get African American poetic history out there. But a challenge that I felt as I was coming up the chapter titles for the proposal is that the expectation is a narrow notion of chronology. And if you look at the recent Cambridge history of American poetry, there are lots of single author chapters. So the whole great man poetry, so you get your T.S. Eliot, you get your Wallace Stevens, you get your William Carlos Williams. And so knowing that the chronology was not entirely negotiable, I've tried to figure out ways for the conversation between and among chapters to happen. And part of the way that I did that was to emphasize as much as possible movements or communities, and try to identify, if we're going to have single author chapters, how can we frame those single author chapters so that they are not only about those authors? And so the Gwendolyn Brooks chapter, written by Joanne V. Gavin, starts with a discussion of Furious Flower. The chapter about the Amiri Baraka obviously has all kinds of tentacles everywhere. To this point, my interaction with Cambridge Press has been minimal because it's just been getting the essays in. I don't know what ethical dilemmas might ensue. I do know that a couple of contributors have written essays that do not follow strictly academic structure, and I don't know what pushback. My sense is that, my impression is that as long as I can persuade them that it's good, which is to say we'll be able to sell, then I'm good. But it's really to be entering into the conversations that I've had with, I haven't really thought of, I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud in a way because this question is really, what have my ethics been? And part of it has been to realize that these presses are doing these kinds of books more often instead of single author monographs because they sell. And so that entering into commerce in this way as an academic is an awkward thing to do. What are the gaps? So one of the things that I try to attend to is to make sure that a lot of times innovative or avant-garde poets do not get enough attention. And so I'm going to call someone out. Lori Ramey's out here in the audience. I invited her to write the first chapter, which is called An Origin Story. And one of her argument revolves around the idea that we tend to treat the origin of the tradition in the written poetry that is in conversation with the British formalist tradition, so Phyllis Wheatley or Lucy Terry, George Moses Horton and others. And she says we would have a different sense of the origin of the tradition if we root it in the spirituals, both in terms of the communal cultural practice of the spirituals and all the ways in which the spirituals innovate on those structures. And so the tradition starts in innovation instead of formalist imitation. And to my great, glorious surprise, she then focuses on a lesser-known 19th century poet, Joshua McCarter Simpson, which Matt also mentions, and ends the chapter talking about Douglas Kearney. And so the idea of which is a way of thinking about the tradition that goes against how I usually think about the tradition. So starting with trying to make the innovative and avant-garde more prominent. Even in this volume, 32 chapters, people who are very conscious of figures like Lucille Clifton still don't quite get their due. And I think because of the chronological emphasis and my reliance on movements, figures like Clifton who weren't part of prominent movements don't always get the attention that they deserve. And I think, as McKinley has been talking about, what is the history of the present? I am not convinced. The scholars have been doing excellent work, so I'm not critiquing any of the chapters, but I'm not convinced that my framing has done the full justice to that. And there could have been more attention to gender and sexuality in the thinking about and production of the poetics. So there's always more to be done about that. Yes?
Because you bring something about the spirituals. I was always looking at new anthologies where you would look at quilts as texts.
Yes.
And I remember there's also Harriet Mullen has an essay which talks about Nat Turner. When he looks up at the sky and decides, okay, this is going to be the time we're going to have the insurrection. And he's reading the star.
Yes.
So I was just looking at other ways, the same way from the oral tradition, quilt, if somebody read that quilt.
It's true. Along the way, there were people who I've been interacting with who were suggesting like little interludes, which I didn't present to the press, but maybe I will now. Little interludes where you would have a link to a performance video or other kinds of, so there isn't, in part because of cost, we aren't going to have a lot of images, so we're not going to have a lot of visual poetry in the anthology. This just didn't occur to me. Maybe I should see if we can get some of the spirituals, some access to some spirit, because of these books are often as much online as in between covers. And so I think this is actually really helpful to think about how we might use hyperlinks. Because one of the things that they told us when I'm putting this together, we were all supposed to do abstracts and also keywords because they want to set up so that it's easy to access online. And so this is a thought that I should follow up on, which is how can we not only access traditionally how an index would work, but rather what are other poetics? What are the other poetics that are not just about poems on the page? Thank you for that question. Any other questions? Yes. There was one.
I guess I should I go to the mic or should I try projecting?
Almost, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
love
And
that.
this could be critical ones or critical creative ones or purely creative ones. I just wrote a piece on Michael Harper, for instance. I'm sure people are familiar with his work. So how do you see yourself as part of that anthology tradition?
Just in case the recording that's happening doesn't catch that, I'll just repeat the question, which is how is our anthology, The Cambridge History of African American Poetry, in conversation with other anthologies? And that's a really good question. I would love for you all to think about, so I don't want to do all the talking, but some of these questions are for me. I have spent a lot of time trying to think about how it's in conversation with other Cambridge books, and to not do some of the things that other Cambridge books do, like the great man tradition. I have been aware of books like Letters to the Future, edited by Erica Hunt and Don Lundy Martin, and the Cambridge History can't do that kind of work, but I have been very keen on try to have our book go a little bit beyond the usual boundaries, which is why I invited Kevin Quashie to give an essay called Poetics and Being, which is like not only about the kind of thinking about poetics, but also a kind of call for a kind of ethic of reading, and that's going to be the last chapter in the book. So I'm trying to push against some boundaries, and I'm glad to have the idea of thinking about other kinds of aesthetics to include in the volume, but that's where my ideas about the conversation has been.
I have a thought on this one. I think that a lot of work that gets done in anthologies or also in the parallel literary histories gets balanced by a volume like this. So if you look at the literary histories, they happen every decade or two, the big ones, and they rewrite. And a lot of what the work here that you're doing is rewriting literary history.
Mm-hmm. And part of that rewriting, as you describe in your chapter and in your book, part of that rewriting is to write what hasn't been written. Mm-hmm. And that filling of the gap has been really impressive to see. So like you mentioned, you asked questions about gaps. One of the places where a gap is being filled is that June Jordan has appeared in several different chapters in the book, and that because she's a part of a movement but isn't always talked about even in that movement. And so rewriting the history is writing people into it. So I think that's another part of the conversation.
I guess I would also say that probably for many of us, I know for myself, this is revisiting the elegy in the Black Lives Matter era, which is not an anthology, but it's a critical creative volume that I edited with Sequoia and Darlene Anita Scott. And this essay, I feel like, is sort of an extension of that, and I'm sure for many of us that it's also an extension of other work we're doing and sort of the progression of thought on that. I'm sure that's true for you too, Keith. So yeah, I guess it's like always, sort of dynamic, right? Like the conversation is extending and building on previous work and thought.
Or you can.
Yeah, I would put that question, and the last couple of them actually, back in the light of McKinley's note of ambivalence about success, where, so as Keith points out, there's a number of these anthologies lately coming from places like Oxford and Cambridge, so that these kind of very prestigious university presses have turned their attention to the African American literary tradition, and there's great good fortune in that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that people aren't still hungry or getting killed out there, or so that the university presses are recognizing Black cultural production doesn't necessarily mean that other forms of violence or inequality have been ameliorated elsewhere in the culture. So I think that one's an important.
And sort of like an extension of that is by publishing fewer monographs, they are profiting from
Mm-hmm.
third Black Renaissance, but junior faculty members are having a harder time, who are doing this work are having a harder time getting their books published and therefore getting tenure and promotion. And so that's a really complicated part of the conversation we're in, is like on the one, and I mean, sometimes when people ask me, what do I want from the essay? I always say, I want what you do. But I often also ask them to consider your audience as that graduate student who's been invited by their teacher, they're a TA for a large lecture, and have been invited to give a lecture on a poet they don't know about, and imagine that your essay is the only essay they read, it can be like the beginning of a conversation for some people who haven't thought about Jane Cortez, for example. And so trying to have that extend that conversation, which is something that this volume can do, and maybe spark that next dissertation. And so that is, yeah, but it is really a complicated balance. We have time for one more question, I think, and then we will probably be evicted from the stage for the poets in the poetry reading. Does anyone have any other question? Oh, thank you all very much for coming to our panel and for your wonderful questions. Look for the anthology sometime next year.
Thank you, Keith.